This is the special city council meeting on Monday, May 3rd, 2021 at 1 p.m. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Hensy. Here. Councilmember Lyons.
Here.
Councilmember Mosca.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present.
Okay, I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we move on to our first agenda item, which is continued discussion and direction on the city's capital improvement program and other operational programs or initiatives, including prioritization, timelines, and project funding. I do think we have a number of public comments. Is that true, City Clerk?
Yes, I have 12 registered and it looks like they're slowly trickling in. I have 8 that are in the queue so far.
Okay, should we have the staff report first and then we'll take the public comments?
Sure.
Or does the city manager want to say something?
I was actually gonna suggest that you take the public comments first.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that. Sure.
So I just remind all of our public speakers, when I call your name, make sure to unmute your microphone and you will each have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Gerald Kessler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just want to discuss the Staver project on Melba that is going to be tearing down a grove of Torrey pines and a total of 200 trees, leaving no trees in this beautiful neighborhood. And I just wanted to let you know how upsetting it is for the entire neighborhood. And that's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diana Nunes. Diana, you can start when ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Today, you have the arduous task of allocating and prioritizing the funding of greatly needed projects within our city. I'm here to speak to why the task at hand is so difficult. Simply, there are too many projects and too little money. Because of this, critical infrastructure is often shelved, resulting in the possibility of decreased safety, viability, and desirability of our city. I would ask that this council and staff prioritize how to strategically solve for this lack of funding. If necessary, hire financial experts to vet the most effective methods of utilizing financial options such as loans, bonds, grants, etc. I respect this council's efforts to be fiscally conservative, especially during the uncertainty of the pandemic. However, with current historic low interest rates and promising economic growth, I encourage this council to investigate financing options outside of general fund revenues. These options include, but are not limited to, the California Infrastructure and Development Bank loans, IBank, and or the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, TIFA. The value capture resulting from these financing tools should be considered when evaluating the risk of taking on such liability. Using positive leverage to fund large capital expenditures would enable this city to address its growing pains in a responsible manner. For example, if Streetscape was amply funded with a loan to include safe rail crossings serving adjacent neighborhoods, safety and mobility issues would be addressed and greenhouse gas reductions would occur. This increased connectivity between merchants and prospective customers would result in higher merchant revenues. Higher merchant revenues would result in higher sale tax revenues, which would increase the city's ability to offset the cost of a loan. Besides loans, consider standard funding allocation in a more calculated and tactical manner. When concentrated development occurs in a specific area lacking infrastructure, consider earmarking development impact fees and mitigation funds garnered from those developments to be dedicated to fund the infrastructure needed in that specific area, especially in areas in which the city has designated the development as affordable housing. The city must realize that infrastructure funding will be its responsibility due to the limited ability of the city to demand these improvements from the developer. If the development includes commercial enterprises such as hotels, please consider using top taxes collected to build the infrastructure needed. As it is said, it takes to make money. Please do not miss this opportunity to take advantage of inexpensive capital and a strengthening economy to benefit our evolving community. Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dolores Lodo. Dolores, you can start when ready.
Hi, my name is Dolores Lodell, and I've lived on Hillcrest Drive in Northwest Leucadia for 25 years. I'm speaking today to request funding for the design and construction of a rail crossing in Northwest Leucadia between La Costa Avenue and Leucadia Boulevard. We've been advocating for this for 2 decades. We need a safe and legal crossing as we are getting fenced in and blocked in with traffic in all directions. Our corridor is the longest without a crossing. It has the most density with housing and apartments. In addition, we have cross-connecting roadways without safe access via bike or pedestrian. To top it all off, we have the beach, restaurants, hotels, a post office, public transit, and a grocery store on the other side of the tracks. As you also know, we have numerous housing and commercial projects that are coming down the pike quickly in our area. It's now time to invest money into Northwest Leucadia. We have been ignored and neglected for far too long. I recommend that council borrow the money for pedestrian crossing and streetscape in Northwest Leucadia. You aren't going to get lower interest rates, and the prices are just going to continue to escalate. It will pay for itself in increased property tax, sales tax, and hotel use taxes. Thank you for your time and your assistance.
Thank you. Our next speaker is June Hansberger. June, you can start when ready.
Lyndon, I'm gonna just need a
June, are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So Mayor and City Council members, please honor your previous commitments to Northwest Leucadia and fund the Hygeia traffic circle and Leucadia streetscape in its entirety. Our neighborhood has been waiting 20 years for these promised improvements. Please make them a reality during this funding cycle by taking out the low interest loan and getting them constructed. By taking a loan, the city will actually save money because if we continue to wait, construction costs will just keep rising. Additionally, please prioritize the design and construction of a rail crossing in Northwest Leucadia. We have been waiting 20 years for these improvements. We would like a cost-effective rail crossing now. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you, June. Next speaker is Kathleen Lees. Kathleen, are you there? We can't hear you.
Maybe we should go to the next speaker and
Yeah,
come
we'll go
back.
to the next speaker. Let's see, Annika, I do not see her on the line. Let's see, next is Dan Vaughn. Dan, you can start when ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Not surprisingly, I'm going to be here to talk about the needs back in Olivenheim for budget impacts. For pretty much the entire time I've lived here, about 20 years, the mindset of City Council has been that Olivenheim doesn't want investments. Just leave us alone. And there's been contention around lots of issues, our stop signs on Rancho Santa Fe, the congestion, et cetera. So for the last 2 years, Joe and I have partnered with the rest of the Rancho Santa Fe Road Task Force in building community consensus, make clear what it is that we want and need. We've presented the results of those findings. I did that in a written proposal ahead of the initial meeting here. And just to remind what those 4 key priorities are. Trail 82 that would connect Encinitas Boulevard to the meeting hall, where there's no path currently able to walk on the road, and continue it to El Camino del Norte. This trail has been long promised. It was funded in the last cycle. I recognize that there are challenges to implementation, but that isn't a reason to deny it funding. We need to better scrutinize those barriers to implementation and prioritize giving people a safe path between the town hall and Encinitas Boulevard. Similarly, crossing Rancho Santa Fe Road is a dangerous situation. We lost a dear neighbor to a vehicle accident while he was crossing Rancho Santa Fe Road at Lone Jack. The city engineer tells us that the crosswalks are designed and ready to implement, but there are barriers to implementation. Again, not clear what those barriers are, but please, let's look into these. We need some crosswalks across Rancho Santa Fe Road. There are none between the Carlsbad City line and Encinitas Boulevard. The task force has also prioritized a number of very low impact, high priority safety improvements, a speed study, a school speed zone, lane narrowing. This is all sort of paint work. There isn't high impact expenses. I think that most of this could be accomplished by the mobility allocations, the trail maintenance, the safe routes to school, that sort of stuff, as well as normal operating budgets. These aren't heavy capital expenditures. And finally, we've identified 3 capital intensive projects that will need study and financing to do the design of. That's traffic circles at Lone Jack and El Camino del Norte, and a raised crosswalk with on-demand crossing to support kids getting to the middle school at Degania. So I urge you to invest in Olivenheim. We appreciate that we can get a sewer trunk, but it would be nice if we can get some meaningful improvements for safety and mobility and circulation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Harth.
Hi, my name is Nikki Harth. I'm a Leucadia resident, co-owner of Surf House Hotel, and vice president of the Leucadia Main Street 101. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of all 3 to urge you to fully fund Leucadia Streetscape and to see this project through in a single phase manner. Funding this through broken up phases runs the risk of becoming an incomplete project that gets left behind. We know that Streetscape is an investment in the future and will generate greater revenues to the city, so it's in the best interest to fully finance this project now, because it won't be getting any cheaper. Thank you for your time, and I really hope to see the Leucadia Streetscape fully funded and completed. The community and local businesses deserve it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elena Thompson.
Oh, hi, everybody. Can you start the clock in like 3 seconds? I need to pull over. I'm in my car. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Hello. Thank you for your time here today. I'd like to please urge you to prioritize Leucadia now. I'd like to have you prioritize the Leucadia Streetscape staff recommendation for loans and grants and this next phase to start in North Leucadia. Also of great importance, as you've just heard from other speakers, is mobility in our city. Please also prioritize hiring a city mobility manager to help move forward on all of these key public safety projects. Please also fund a sidewalk on the south side of La Costa Avenue. Do you realize that this is the only east-west corridor going to the beach in our entire town without a sidewalk? And please also fund a safe rail crossing in Northwest Leucadia at Hillcrest and Grandview. I know you have to choose between various different projects, but the point is that Leucadia should be prioritized over two projects that are very costly. That is the Birmingham Streetscape, which can wait. They have a safe sidewalk, and the Verde Undercrossing. We, the people of Leucadia, have been waiting for the streetscape for over 10 years. We, the public, have been asking for this for now plus 10 years. You're probably all tired of hearing from me. Your past votes and actions in favor of the streetscape don't allow for you to change your thinking and planning this week at the last minute. You have the consent of the governed to move forward now and to proceed to fund and construct the next phases of this vital economic development, infrastructure, and public safety project. It's of the public interest, it benefits public safety, it's in the city's long-term financial interest to be funding projects that actually return an investment on your investment. That is sales tax, TOT tax, property taxes. This project has proceeded democratically to this point, and it's time to keep it moving. Thank you for your time, and we really appreciate your service. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annika Walden. Annika, you can start when ready. Okay. Well, let's move to our next speaker. We'll go to Kevin Doyle.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, now I can hear Annika. Thank you.
So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but Kevin Doyle is supposed to speak as well, but somehow.
Oh. You just unmuted.
Hi. I'm not sure what technology is doing today, but good afternoon, everybody. This is Annika.
Okay, you can go ahead and start.
Dear Honorable Mayor Blake Spear and esteemed City Council members, good afternoon. The Leucadia 101 Main Street Association is writing in strong support of the city seeking financing for the North Coast Highway 101 Leucadia Streetscape. Our organization has continuously advocated for this project to be built for the past 15 years. The importance of the Leucadia Streetscape project is underscored by the necessity for safety. We believe strongly that this project will make our downtown district accessible and equitable for all community members and tourists alike. Our two groups have been planning for this important corridor project for over a decade, drawing upon extensive community input, technical analysis, and sustainable transportation planning strategies that have evolved over this timeframe. This innovative project combines multiple transportation objectives into a holistic project that will foster a safe transportation system for movement of goods and people, emphasizes sustainable practices, and creates economic competitiveness by improving access to commercial areas and enhancing the vitality of the community, and will ultimately improve the quality of life for residents and visitors alike. We hope the City Council will join us in supporting this crucial project by financing the entire project and seeing this through. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And now we will move to Kevin Doyle.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm not going to rehash every point everyone's just made. I've been doing a lot of financial analyses on different projects lately, and the CIP list is generally packed with things that are good for the community, but hard to quantify in terms of do they have a positive cash flow. And we look at things we've taken big loans on. I moved here when we just purchased the Hall property, which became Encinitas Community Park. And supported that, supported Pacific View when we bought that. But these are all things we buy, but they don't really pay back in terms of building up our cash flow. And everything's worthwhile, but projects, CIP projects that actually pay their way are few and far between. If we were to support staff's recommendation and really seriously pursue funding streetscape in one phase, it will generate, double the sales tax revenue at the minimum, and property tax rates will really go up. So it's a project that will actually pay its way. Now, what it will also do is kind of clear the pathway for all these other projects we have that are in like the $2 to $8 million range. And these are all really ripe for grant opportunities. I look at the shovel-ready Leucadia Hygeia roundabout, which is $2 million. We could be designing similar pieces. Leeuwenhoek needs these. We need better traffic flow. And if we have a pipeline of projects that are more easily made shovel ready that we can easily get grants for, we could really be doing good work. And streetscape it's a big block. It's like a big lead weight sitting there at the top of our CIP. It's like we need to clear it out. We need to clear the boards there, and we can do that by paying for it. And I think I'm hoping city manager's analysis will bear this out, but I'm hoping that it will generate enough additional revenue to pay for itself. And then we can get on with taking care of the rest of business. There's other fun things we want to do. And so I obviously didn't have prepared statements. I'm just not going to go through a speech, but thanks. And I know you guys are going to do all the right things. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joan and/or Ron Dodge.
Can you hear me?
Can you speak just a little louder?
Is this better?
That's much better.
Great. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Blakespear and Council. In an effort to be concise, both Joan and I are on the call and speak with one voice on this occasion. Right now, interest rates are at their lowest and have been for a while to stimulate the economy. The good news, the U.S. economy is booming. The last quarter's growth is over 6%. The bad news, as great as that is, economists are warning that continued growth probably will result in inflation. And we know the way to stem an inflationary tide is to raise interest rates. Our current low rates will not be sustainable in an inflationary environment. Therefore, now is the time to borrow funds. Now is the time to completely fund the streetscape project, as we undoubtedly will never have funds available again at such low rates. We have been supporters of the Leucadia Streetscape project from its conception. As residents of New Encinitas, we have been reluctant to patronize the businesses along 101 due to limited parking and, more importantly, a lack of walkability. We truly want to be able to visit the interesting and fine establishments in Leucadia as soon as possible. We strongly urge you fund the complete Leucadia Streetscape project now for programmatic and construction efficiency, and while it makes financial sense to do so. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And then we will move, let's try Kathleen Lees. Let's try you again.
There, I had the opportunity to unmute that time. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. It was so good to see you all on Saturday at the opening of Olympus Park. Thank you, Mayor, for the kudos. I'm sorry I missed the official ceremony. As you noted, I have been advocating for that park to be built for nearly 20 years, and by all accounts, it's a roaring success. Thank you for listening. Along with the rest of the Leucadia Encinitas Town Council, I have also been advocating for pedestrian at-grade crossings in the Leucadia corridor. Being bisected by a busy railroad is one of the unique things about Leucadia. We're grateful for all of Tony's effort and dedication over his years on council to get us where we are today. The first thing he did was get on the North County Transit District Board, and thanks again to him, Matt Tucker not only knows Leucadia exists, but he supports at-grade crossings, as do, again thanks to Tony's efforts, county, state, and federal agencies. Years ago, La Jolla had just done a streetscape at Beach Rock, and the neighbors that worked on the design did a workshop for us. The main piece of advice they gave us was to include every aspect of the area. They said, whatever you leave out will come back to bite you. The time has come where we are now looking at the entirety of our issues. Whatever we design needs to include streetscape, the rail corridor crossings, parking, pedestrians, bikes, and traffic on 101, Vulcan, Leucadia Boulevard, and La Costa Avenue. The situation has gone from inconvenient and slightly dangerous to ridiculous and incredibly dangerous. Leucadia isn't rural anymore. It's time to fund streetscape. The new hotel and other mixed-use development planned along 101 are a resource to pay for it. From the example of the downtown streetscape, and I lived downtown when that happened, we know the entire corridor will automatically upgrade itself. The Pacific View property was gifted to the citizens of Encinitas for its highest and best use. It was purchased by the city to be developed by the arts community into an arts center. Despite the fact that that has not manifested itself the way anyone planned, I want to stress that the focus must remain on the arts community. The arts are a venue that is usable by everyone and every group, no matter what their main focus. And the Pacific View was purchased to do just that. Once the space is open, artists and artisans will flock to it and make it work. Please follow staff's recommendation to hire a consultant to figure out how best to operate it. No one imagined we would still be in this place after 8 years, but time and experience have created a strong sense of urgency, and we need to move forward now. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Kathleen. And then we have Robert Schluter, but I do not see him on the line. So that does conclude public comments, Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the public for calling in and commenting. We'll go to the city staff report now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. And Karen, if you could pull up the, yay, the system works. It's awesome. Thank you. So today, maybe the first page. Yes, excellent. So today, I think what we're going to do is, just as a reminder, today is a work session. And I remind you of this just so that you all know that today we're talking about what it is that you'd like to see us put into the proposed budget, which we will bring to you in May for a public meeting as well as an adoption in June. Next slide, please. So I thought what might be good today is just take a little bit of time to talk about your adopted city mission, operating principles, and vision. If you could go to the next slide. And for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is really more for our viewing audience, is this is the strategic plan for which the staff and the city council use to really try to identify priorities as well as funding, et cetera. As one of the commenters on public comments made today, there's never enough money to do everything that we'd like to do as a city, but we do keep in mind all of these guiding principles as we look at the projects that they come in. Next slide, please. A few years ago, your vision that was adopted by the council was really to try to look at the 5 unique communities thriving as one great city. And I think that really sounds amazing and was one of the reasons why I really wanted to come to Encinitas. And if you look at all of these different areas, the projects that the city is pursuing this year that we're recommending to you really meet one or more of all of these key areas in the strategic plan and the vision for the city. So I didn't really want to spend a lot of time on this, but I thought it was important to bring this to everyone's attention. And we can refer back to these slides as we go through some of the projects. But before we do that, we thought it would be a good idea to take a look back at this past fiscal year to really highlight some of the amazing work that the staff has done this past year and are working on in our capital improvement budget. I'm going to ask Lillian Daugherty, our Community Development Director, to go through the next series of slides. And next slide, Karen.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. I wanted to highlight a few of our Tier 1 projects. We completed 4 this past year, tremendous accomplishments, including our B Street sidewalk, our South Coast Highway 101 safety and mobility enhancements, which we recently received an American Public Works Association Honorable Award, our annual street overlay project, and our Morning Sun Drive ADA sidewalks, including numerous other projects that we've listed here. Next slide, please. Just so that we can go into a little more detail, we provided some images of these projects. As you can see, our B Street sidewalk project created a new sidewalk connection on the north side of B Street for safe pedestrian access. Our South 101 mobility project created a new buffered bike lane and a pedestrian path with connection to the state park parking lot. And our annual paving project improved the driving surface on several of our streets and roads. The pathways on Morning Sun and Woodside Lane were constructed before the city incorporated and did not meet ADA requirements. This project removed the old AC paths and constructed new ADA compliant sidewalks. Next slide, please. Currently in construction, the team is hard at work with $41.4 million of infrastructure improvements for our city. Of our Tier 1 projects, the Leucadia Streetscape Phase 1 project, our El Portal Undercrossing project, Olympus Park, which was recently celebrating completion, our annual pavement projects, our pedestrian signals on the North Coast Highway 101, our mobility striping projects at El Camino Real, and the McKinnon Avenue ADA sidewalks. Next slide, please. And here are some images of the hard work that our team is doing. As noted, Olympus Park is actually celebrated completion this past weekend. We encourage all of our residents to visit our new Olympus Park site as it offers numerous amenities for our residents. In addition, these images provide in the top left an image of our parking pod, which will be opening later this month and be available to provide increased access north of Basel. And then we also have the storm drain work that is being completed between Marchetta and El Portal, which will assist in providing much needed drainage. And the construction on that project will be completed in late spring 2022. The El Portal undercrossing is also in construction. This project will create the second pedestrian and cyclist rail crossing in our city. The new bridge is in place, and now the contractor is working on the pedestrian path and retaining walls needed to complete the project. The project completion is expected in late spring 2022. Thank you, and next slide. I'd like to turn it back to our city manager.
Actually going to invite Teresa McBroom, our finance director, to go through the next series of slides.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. This was shown in a different format at the first session, and for ease of use, we've categorized the CIP and work projects and are showing it by annual CIP, new CIP, and tiered CIP. Staff is proposing $4.6 million in funding for the first year of the budget and $3.8 million in the second year of the budget. Next slide, please. So to start, this is the list of annual projects, and staff is proposing $1.6 million in each year. The first 5 projects are council's commitment to mobility, traffic safety and calming, and storm drain repair. These are funded every year for generally the same amount. The last 2 projects, park improvement projects and technology, are also funded every year. However, they're different amounts each year. Park improvement projects are funded by our cell tower lease revenue, and the technology projects include our infrastructure hardware based on end of life and enterprise business systems. Next slide, please. This next slide are the new projects, and I wanted to give you some insight on how these are prioritized. Staff is proposing $1.4 million in the first year and $450,000 in the second year. These projects were prioritized due to grant funding, emergency repairs, safety reasons, or required regulations. We're always looking for grant opportunities, and so the 2 grant matching funds total $205,000 and will allow the city to receive over $2 million in state funding for improvements. Next slide, please. And then the last set of projects are the tiered projects that were established during the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget process. Based on the funding available, we are proposing $1.6 million in the first year and $1.8 million in the second year. We addressed your concerns from the last session and funded the trails, which you will hear about next. Next slide.
So I added this slide today to provide a little bit of context on what has been funded for the city's trails plan through the years. And I think it's just important for everyone to see what was funded and what it originally was funded for. At one time, the city budgeted $1.4 million from the general fund for the construction of 3 trails. This was done back in fiscal year 2017-18. And at that time, the priorities that were identified were Adams Run, the Rancho Santa Fe Trail 82, and the El Camino del Norte Trail 95. And believe it or not, at that time, it was the thought that the $1.4 million would actually cover the design and construction costs of all 3 of these trails. Unfortunately, that was not meant to be. When the staff went through the process of design and feasibility of the trails, a few hurdles were identified. For Adams Run, there was a habitat disruption that provided or created an issue with the California Fish and Game that will require us to do an alternate route. And in essence, at that point, made no viable path to build the trail at that time. The Rancho Santa Fe Trail 82, the cost to construct this trail, including all of the easements, the driveway reconnections, etc., puts this project at a cost of approximately $4 million, much more than what was initially anticipated when it was funded back in 2017-18. We are recommending that we fund $100,000 for the Rancho Santa Fe Trail to finish the design, should the project be ready for federal or state grant funding that could come about that we don't know about today, but we'd like to be at the ready for such funding down the road. And we are obviously also recommending that we use the balance of the $1.4 million that we are able to use the $505,000 to complete the construction of the El Camino del Norte Trail 95. And I know that this is very, very disappointing to a lot of people who were really hoping for the Rancho Santa Fe Trail. And we're trying very hard to get better and better at our estimating. But on this particular trail, we did not know at that time that there would be a number of construction blocks for us, including a bridge that needed to be replaced or to be constructed over a culvert, etc. So while this is not exactly what we had hoped to be recommending this year, I did want to at least provide this overview so that folks would understand why this trail did not make it for funding this year. It was really just due to a lack of funding of the estimate. And next slide, please. This slide is basically showing you what are some of our key projects that we are still have on our radar, but we do not currently have funding. As you can see, they total about 85.7 million. And so these are still, they're not forgotten. There's still things that we are looking towards and have high on our list if we are able to receive, in particular, some federal stimulus programming money, which we hope to hear about in the next couple of months. Next slide, please. So today, what I'd really like to recommend to all of you is that you ask us to include the recommended projects in our next 2-year budget, which are located on slides 10 through 12 for the next fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23 budget. I'm asking that you redirect the $1 million that you initially set aside for Pacific View and consider funding options after the facility and construction project estimate is complete, which we expect in July. And also to have that project ready if there ends up being any type of state or federal grant funds that could be available. But at this time, we don't see a viable path for funding the construction improvements that are needed at Pacific View. And you'll see that the reason why I have asked that you move some of this money to a different pot of money, if you will, is that I'd like you to consider using debt financing for a reimagined streetscape project. And what do I mean by reimagined? What I mean is that we would take a $47 million project and try to see what we can do with it for 15 to 20 million, which is the debt capacity that I would recommend that you take a look at this time. And for a couple of reasons. I don't see a viable path for funding the full streetscape project at this time, but construction costs are rising and the project will just get more and more expensive. It is a legacy project that the council may wish to consider funding to have this part of our mobility and walkability area of the city, that we complete some of those tasks. And basically what we would look at to reimagine streetscape are what are some of the most critical needs that will provide some of the mobility as well as some of the aesthetic improvements in that area that we can do while the city looks forward to possible other funding sources. And in this way too, by taking a look at funding streetscape at this time, if we do receive some federal stimulus funding, other projects on that unfunded list then can move up on the priority list because streetscape, in essence, will be taken care of through the debt funding. So I'll stop here and see if we can do some quick questions, or I can move on, Mayor, if you'd like to kind of go through how the structure of debt financing would work. But I know it's a lot to absorb without any questions. So would ask your preference on if you would like us to go through the next couple slides on how debt financing works, or if you'd like to entertain some questions from the council.
Let's just answer a few questions here in case anybody has some at this stage. So Councilmember Mosca.
So Madam Mayor, if I could ask the city manager, so are you pretty much done with the substantive discussion of this budget workshop, and the only thing you're going to present now is just how some of the finance could work for streetscape if the council wants to move in that direction?
Yes, I mean the recommendations on pages 10, 11, and 12 are what we are hoping that you will direct us to include in the budgeting. But obviously our entire department head team is at the ready if you have questions about other projects as well.
All right, good. definitely want to hear more about financing. And I think that, several of us have sat through some of these meetings just before the pandemic. We talked about financing of this project. So a lot of the options we're familiar with. But I did want to start off and say thank you to the public for continuing to give us really good feedback and information in terms of what they feel are the needs of the city and what we should be focused on. And I wanted to thank staff just for bringing this workshop back. I think that the last meeting we had it just felt incomplete. And so I'm happy that we're having this discussion again today and just having another opportunity to just kind of really flesh it out, talk about it, and see where we want to go. And I just want to start with a couple of just points and go from there. Trail 82, Rancho Santa Fe Road. This is such an important trail, not just for the community of Alevinheim, but for the entire city of Encinitas. A lot of folks use these trails, and they're moving from what used to be just kind of folks leading their horses and riding their horses on the trail, and then kind of a recreational purpose to more where people are truly, using the trails in Alevinheim and throughout our entire city as, for mobility option to get from point A to point B, to get to the school and to get to different parts of the city by walking or cycling. And this is really what we need to encourage, right? I mean, with more density all around us, the last thing we want to do is not really expand these opportunities, because this will allow us to truly say to our residents that we're doing something about the traffic congestion in our city. And so these are important trails. And I did have an opportunity to sit down with city staff and talk about this. And I do think that there was a bit of a misunderstanding now several years back when we first talked about these trails, first talked about these important gap closures in our system and closing these gaps, which have been advocated for some time. And this trail, I've gone out and talked to a lot of folks about, my excitement for closing this trail. And what I've gleaned is exactly what the city manager said, and just a couple other points on it. But Rancho Santa Fe Road from El Camino del Norte to south down to Encinitas, we thought that we could not only construct that, design it, but also construct it for about $1 million. As we move through the design phase, there are numerous issues. The culvert, which we talked about, a bridge has to be built over that culvert. As we have kind of checked in with the market, that bridge alone is north of $300,000. There are guy wires, poles, above ground facilities, the need to acquire public right of way. Those things alone are over $1 million to acquire. And so there's the project itself right now, today, if we were to construct it, would be about $4 million. And so what I've talked to staff about is that we obviously don't want what we spent so far to be for naught. We want that design to be completed so that it is ready for the future. The other thing too is that even if we had $4 million, this project is not ripe for moving forward at this point. We still need to, once we finish the design, we have to submit those designs to San Diego Gas and Electric. They have to plan out and move their poles and move their guy wires and above ground facilities. We know with some certainty through SDG&E, because of our conversations with them, how long it's going to take them to then take our designs and plan. It's going to be 18 months to do that. And and they're being upfront. Some of the other telecoms that have above ground facilities, it may take even longer. So my hope is that what we do is that today we give staff direction, $100,000 to finish the design on this and to immediately start to coordinate with all of the utilities and all of the folks that need to be coordinated with so that this project gets ready for moving forward at some point, hopefully in the very near future. But at a bare minimum, it's going to take 18 to 20 months just to get all of the folks lined up. And then hopefully we can get the financing lined up, because this is such an important trail. And all of you know that we've been, I've said before, all of my colleagues on the city council have supported this from day one. There has been no wavering of that support. And so I thank you for that. This is an incredibly important project, especially as the Liebenhain and other parts of our city are seeing more and more development, and these trails are going to be important. Trail 95, which is the trail on El Camino del Norte, which is again closing the gap from the county line up to Rancho Santa Fe Road. This is important gap closure. Again, we went out to bid on this road, this trail a couple times. We even had to contract the elements of this trail because it came back so over budgeted. And so what staff is asking for, and which I support, and I hope that you'll support it, is backfilling this project at $500,000. It's more than what it was originally thought of, but I think it's well worth it to finish this trail. And it's something that we badly need in the city and will help us in terms of mobility. So I'm hoping that you will allow us to prioritize this and put $500,000 into this. A couple other points. Streetscape. I do want to talk a little bit about streetscape and just my 2 cents on this. I think that as has been said already, this is a project that's been in the works for many years. And in my 5 years, almost 5 years in the city council, I've heard many folks advocate for this time in and time again, and many city councils have voted to support and move forward on this project. We've invested a tremendous amount of time and money in this project. And so I am, my vote today will continue to be to move this project to fruition. But I think that we have to pivot because we have to pivot in the realization that things are changing, and they're changing very rapidly for us. The revenues are flat, and the amount of money that we had in our capital improvement program was a lot more than we have today. And to get this project done, we need to basically start looking at value engineering this project downward. We need to say, okay, as the city staff has pointed out, we could basically look at, financing up to $20 million, because anything over that really puts us in a precarious situation. There's only 10 million of debt capacity left after that $20 million that we absolutely need. And so I would support looking at options of financing up to $20 million, value engineer this project. So for me, what that means is value engineering, that it's done, that we put this project together. We've already spent a tremendous amount of money, and that if we can value engineer this and put something together that gets at the core of what Streetscape was supposed to deliver for our city, I'm in favor of that, and I'm in favor of moving forward on that. And I'm looking forward to the finance discussions. But it's really got to be a moment for us to then say, we've finished this project, and that we're not saying that, this is something that's still out there. We owe it to the community to basically complete this project and show that we can complete this project. But then we owe it to the community to start to pivot and look at all of the other needs that we've been talking about. There's tremendous needs from the Northwest down to the South, out to the East. And there's so many projects that we have left that need to be looked at. And so I really want to make sure that we're basically moving to some of the other projects. The staff has highlighted about $85 million in projects. And those are just projects that we've been talking about, from Hygeia to Rancho Santa Fe Road. There's a lot of projects. And so I would say that I would put that number even north of $85 million. It's actually more than $85 million when you consider all of the needs that haven't really even been fleshed out yet. For instance, Rancho Santa Fe Road, we spent $50,000 and the community spent a tremendous amount of time fleshing out the needs and how we can basically increase the safety of Rancho Santa Fe Road, and at the same time ensure that we don't have as much traffic congestion on that road, especially now as we're kind of moving outside of the pandemic. And those projects aren't listed, and those projects could be north of several $1 million. And so there's a big need. And so the other thing that I want to propose and see what you guys think is, I want to propose a blue ribbon committee. I want to propose a blue ribbon committee with our city, whereby we have a discussion with our community. We start the discussion about what the needs are of the city, what the current financial status of our city is, and how we can go about financing these projects in the future. I want to be able to have that discussion with the community, open up all of the books to folks, educate them about where we're at, and then come up with a proposal to meet these needs in the future and present that to the city council for action in the future. And I would lead on that Blue Ribbon committee. I'll lead on that committee. I'll work with members to make sure that they're educated. We'll basically identify important projects and then look at solutions for financing those projects so that we're not letting these projects just grow in the amount of needs in our city, because these aren't wants, as Tony Kranz talked about before. These aren't wants, these are absolute needs. And Kathleen Lee's talked about that for the community of Leucadia, and how much Leucadia has changed and how much those needs are important. Levenheim has those needs. Dan Vaughn talked about that. And so we need to make sure that we're doing something. And I find this so important that I'm willing to lead on this. I'm willing to lead on the Blue Ribbon Committee, to find folks that want to sit in on a committee. This is not going to be something that's going to be done in short amount of time. I think it's something that we really need to spend some time, dig it into all the different projects, dig it into what the finances of the city are and how we can actually go about financing it. So I hope that you will support everything I've just said, and I would love to work even harder for the city by forming a Blue Ribbon Committee with members of the community, so that we can have this discussion even further than what we've been talking about today. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for all those comments. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Having just heard what Joe was presenting, I do want to say I want to thank him for his idea about the Blue Ribbon Committee, and offer that if he needs any help with that, I'd certainly be someone who would be interested. But before I jump into some specifics about budget, I did want to ask our city manager some questions that'll help clarify for me what some information in the presentation. Pam, if we could go to the page 7, where you have listed current CIP construction projects, if you have control over that.
Hey, Karen, can you put the slide to slide 7, please?
So as we're looking at page 7, which is essentially a summary, I can just talk while you're doing it. Essentially a summary of, okay, here's where we're at. These are all the projects in the works right now. So I just want to get clarification that the funding is in place to complete all of these as we've indicated here on this page. So these 13 projects at 41.4 million, this funding is already secure. It's set. Is that correct? Yeah. Is that the right way?
Yes, these are projects that are being completed or phased, obviously, by the end of this fiscal year. So the funding is already in place and the work is already happening. Or
it's obligated, it's set.
Happening or happened, yes.
Not part of what we're talking about. It's all for sure. It's check that box. These are no problems with funding.
Correct. And I can ask Lillian to pop in unless there's something related to any of these projects that are on the list for this upcoming 2-year budget cycle, but I don't see anything that appears.
As you're thinking about that, you mentioned the storm drain improvements from Macheta to El Portal. Is that funded in here?
I can respond to that, City Manager. So yes, it was awarded as part of the El Portal construction.
Oh, so it's included in the undercrossing project?
Yes.
I see. Great. Thank you. That clarifies. And thank you. That was my question on that sheet. And the next question I was hoping you could shed some light on is on sheet 12.
Karen, thank you. You're on it already. Thank you. You're 12 steps ahead of us. Page 12, please. 2 more. There you go.
So Joe, Councilmember Mosca talked about the Rancho Santa Fe Trail 82 and the design needing to be finished, and you had presented that as well. After the design is finished, the project would need to go forward into budgeting for construction. So that, is it assumed then that that's also captured in page 14 where you are capturing unfunded key projects? Because the construction of that trail is an unfunded project as well?
It is unfunded. Page 14 does not include all of our unfunded projects. And so that could certainly go over to the unfunded key projects. But as had been mentioned by Councilmember Mosca, there's a way longer list than this of unfunded projects.
So that's
yes, it would be unfunded. Yes, it would. The design would be complete, and we would be looking for. In this case, it would typically be state grant funded, and on state grant funding for recreation amenities such as a trail, it typically is in the $200,000 to $300,000 range. So unless the federal stimulus or the state designs a program by which we could get funding for in the multi-million dollars, it would have to be something that we look at funding over several years, saving our money for it, et cetera.
Awesome. That's exactly how I see it too. So I just want to make the point of, you know, we haven't captured everything here. There are a lot of details of projects that are important. We're going to prioritize them. We're going to talk about them. We're going to say this is a top priority and so forth. And then we need to kind of tie it into the future and figure out what kind of funding we can get to make it happen. But I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I'll continue to say it, is as we look into the future and we place things in our capital improvement program, we do want to make sure we capture the costs associated with escalation in construction pricing. And I know that everyone agrees that's true. I want to start seeing that as we're talking about how we fund things in the future, because it's so easy to get surprised. And it is a reality that construction costs, like all costs, do increase. And we don't want to be in a position where we find ourselves ready to start the construction and we've promised it, and then because of the escalating costs of construction, we don't have the money. So that's just such a top priority. So as we're looking into the future and looking, okay, well, maybe it's going to be 3 years out. We've got all our utilities coordinated and so forth, and our easements in place. And then, okay, so 3 years out, we're going to take this project to bid. Well, that's going to be a different price than what we think it is today. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where a lot of my interests lie, in helping us articulate how our capital projects are funded from here into the future. Mm-hmm.
That was it for my. We definitely agree that, so there's two different things that you do as a city council. You adopt a capital improvement plan, and then you also adopt a capital improvement budget. And the plan doesn't always meet the budget, and in part because of what you just explained. And earlier I mentioned that the staff is trying to get better in working with our engineering consulting firms to do that. And one of the recommendations that we do have is, going forward, we should apply an inflationary measure on our CIP plan so that it helps you and the public look forward and be able to see that. Historically, the city hadn't done that. But there's no reason why we can't do that from today going forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember, Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Thank you, and I appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to talk about these very important things again. I think having these workshops in the day is a good idea, because it's my recollection the last time we had this conversation, it was towards the end of a fairly long day that presents, you know, some some challenges when it comes to communicating and having a clear mind to address the important issues here. To follow up on Councilmember Lyons' point about the budgeting, I had been a little concerned because the presentation identified the need for $2.1 million for the Hygeia roundabout. And I knew that we had previously budgeted that much money. So it was a little confusing. Had the budget been zeroed out, or what was the situation? Why were we asking, pointing out that we needed $2.1 million? And today I got word that essentially the cost of the roundabout has doubled, more than doubled. And so it's a little bit concerning that the project went up that much, number one. And number two, it's, I think, helpful to have the full context when we're having these discussions, so that we can better understand if we've got $2.1 million sitting budgeted against that project, that maybe there's a point at which we would take and redirect that money for something else that that we could use. I mean, that's phase 2 of the Leucadia Boulevard roundabout projects. There were 3 that were going to be built. There were 2 that did get constructed, and this is the missing roundabout, which is currently an all-way stop. And while I certainly would love to see phase 2 of that project finally built, maybe there are greater needs. So with $2.1 million sitting in that, I think that, that's something we might want to revisit. And as regards Councilmember Mosca's Blue Ribbon Commission, I think that, it's good to have the difficult conversations. I don't know that a commission or blue ribbon, no matter what color ribbon, is necessary. We have these conversations basically every year. And everybody knows the needs of their community, their neighborhood, and we hear about it. And essentially what it boils down to is we just don't have the resources that are necessary. So when you talk about figuring out how to get this financed, we're talking today about essentially maxing out our capacity to borrow for capital improvement projects already. So there aren't any real secrets about the ability to finance these other needs. What we need to probably have the more difficult conversation around is the idea of having a measure to raise revenue. And that is very difficult. So either way you go on this, whether it's figuring out how to finance and to prioritize or whatever, I'm not big on the idea of sending out any group of council members. I think this is a conversation that needs to be had as a city council with all of us, all 5 of us participating in it. So that I think is important. The trails, the details on the trails, I know that the news is very bad there, but it sure would be good to have some specificity to exactly what happened to each of those, so that not just the folks in Rancho Santa Fe understood, or excuse me, along Rancho Santa Fe Road understood, but also so that the council was better informed about what the challenges have been. I believe there have been emails from Parks and Rec Director Campbell, because she has been leading on this, but to be able to put this into a staff report, I think would be very beneficial. So I would request that happen. I do appreciate Dan Vaughn's comments and Councilmember Mosca's efforts to engage the community there in Olivenheim. It has historically been one of those situations where nobody wanted any investments in that corridor. And that is clearly shifted. And I think that what is currently on the table is the right direction to go, because as most people know, I've never seen a traffic problem that I didn't think could be addressed by putting in a roundabout. So I look forward to continuing that conversation and to working to get some design underway so that we can be prepared in the event that there are opportunities for grant funding of that. And the streetscape, this idea of value engineering it, it's going to be interesting to see the direction that goes. I think that a significant part of that project is just bare bones infrastructure enhancements that are necessary, including significant chunks of sidewalk, work on the median, low impact design improvements, and a number of things that are not going to be able to easily be whittled down to save money. So it's going to be difficult to end up with a value engineered project that you could build for $20 million and call it complete. So I don't support that approach, but I do support the pursuit of $20 million worth of debt to continue the next phase and as much of the important mobility improvements as possible, starting from the north. If we could get all three roundabouts on the north end, it would go a long ways towards calming traffic. It would make it possible to create the dedicated bike lane on the southbound side of the road. So these are all very important things. I appreciate the city manager's efforts to bring back the idea of, just how much we should borrow and could borrow. And I think 20 million could get us a long ways. So I am going to support her pursuing that. I do think it's important that we have all the details about the terms that are possible. I know she's making a recommendation for a 15-year debt financing, and I personally think that we should look at 30-year as well, because that would leave us with a little bit more room to do things, whether it's initiating design on other very important things or not. So that's where I'm sitting. Otherwise, I think that some of the detail that we used to get with our spreadsheet that had all the tiers in it, I think it would be beneficial to have that approach to these workshops because it gives us a little better picture about what we're leaving behind. And so otherwise, the recommendations in this PowerPoint are recommendations that I can support, especially the idea of doing the very important study for the possibility of putting in at-grade crossings in North Leucadia.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to first thank staff for doing such a great job of giving us a more clear picture of the priorities that we articulated in our last meeting, and especially letting us know when funding things this year is the best possible time to do that. And so it sounds like there is some consensus to move forward with the $20 million loan from the iBank, and I'm really happy to hear that. And I think that gives council the momentum to continue a project that we have been saving for generations, and that we were able to press play on in 2020, and that now we'll be able to get that project delivered in the next 2 to 3 years while reducing the construction impacts to the community and the businesses, but also putting the money and putting the improvements in the part of our city that I think critically needs it the most and stands to undergo the most development in the next couple of years. So I think that's extremely wise. I won't reiterate all the different points that our speakers at the beginning of the meeting so eloquently articulated, but all of those reasons are reasons why I support it. If we could go to slide 10, I have a couple questions about some of those ongoing funding. I guess, yeah, there we go. It's the one that has safe routes to school and mobility projects and some of our ongoing funds that we fund every year.
One more slide, 10. Thank you.
There we go. So a question on this slide, are this stands alone from any of the other mobility projects that we've called out in the other slides?
Okay. Correct. Each year you budget this amount of money for bike lanes, safe routes to school, traffic safety and calming, general mobility, and storm drain repair. The park improvements projects, I'm not sure if we, some time ago as a council action, you said that the cellular telephone fees would go into a parks improvement project. So that's where that 218,000 comes up, and that's what we do for replacing playground equipment, et cetera. And then technology, we do have a technology plan, which, by the way, the amount that we have budgeted for technology, we are really hoping that the American Recovery Act will allow us to, as the CARES Act did, allow us to use some money to reimburse ourselves for technology. So we are really focused on that and trying to get this $535,000 back into the general fund to be used for other projects. But yes, this is the annual things that you typically do. You do have the ability to take some of this money on a one-time basis and decide that, hey, this year we're going to take traffic safety and calming or general mobility and put it into XYZ project, and we won't have some of that money to do other things. We're not recommending that you do that, but it's always council prerogative. This is just something that you do by policy, not by law.
Okay. Well, there's just a few ideas I have here, and if my colleagues concur, then maybe this is the right time to have the conversation. But we had the great opportunity to open the park this weekend, and I don't believe that we have any other parks that are underway. I know they constantly need maintenance and things, which we should be doing, but perhaps we can use some of these park improvement project monies in this next fiscal year to do some of the elements of streetscape that are more park-like than they are street-like. For example, rehabbing the historic tree canopy, some of that low-impact landscaping that we have planned, and so that we know we can continue to have those elements of the project that are really important to the community. As far as safe routes to school, this is something I brought up in the school district liaison committee meeting, and there was a lot of support from the folks who attend that meeting, which is my colleague, Councilmember Mosca, and then representatives from all of our school districts. And what I think is a critical need in our city is to start using some of the safe routes to school funding for ongoing education and programming around safe routes to school. So we've received so many emails over the last year as we've seen the usage of e-bikes increase and a lot of kids on bikes. And I hope that we can work with our school districts to take a couple $1,000s from the Safe Routes to School Fund to create a certification program for the children of our school districts, which would take place on campus during school hours so that we can be assured that all of our students are learning. And also to do some programming around how to use all these infrastructure improvements that we're spending a lot of money on. I've encountered a lot of families who actually don't know how to best use a roundabout, and just to be able to teach that is so helpful. Also to do activations like, Ocean Knoll has the walking school bus, which has helped a little bit to alleviate congestion issues there. But whatever the schools need for us to be able to support them in using this expensive infrastructure that we fund, I think would be a good use of our Safe Routes to School money. And there is a big project that I think we should start thinking about, which is a drive aisle at Ocean Knoll on Melba Avenue, because that stretch of road really provides safe routes to school for the high school, for what was formerly Sunset School, for Ocean Knoll, for Oakcrest. There's just so many users of Melba who are trying to get to school. And if that road was more friendly for bikes and walking and created some drive aisle that took cars off the road for dropping kids off the way that we have at Pollocky, I think we can address a lot of those concerns. So I would just make those recommendations, and also that we use our general mobility funds for the places where we anticipate more high density projects, which in the conversations I'm having with constituents, it's Quail Gardens Drive to finish the sidewalks along the Botanic Garden, and to do some traffic calming on Saxony, which currently lacks bike lanes and continuous sidewalks, and we have a whole lot of public serving facilities there. So I'm hoping to gain a little consensus from my colleagues on that. And then the last question that I have is for, I think it would probably be for Jennifer Campbell, and it's about this $130,000 that's being recommended as part of the El Portal Undercross artwork. And I haven't heard much about this art project. I know it was planned as part of the Undercross, but I don't know where we stand in the planning of that. And so perhaps well, I'd like to learn a little bit more about it, but I'm thinking that maybe we could push that off to a future year until we have more time to envision with the community what piece of art would be best suited, because I know the students and the community at Pollocky Central really want to be involved. So is this money that's for the planning of that project, or is it for the actual implementation of a project that we have in mind?
So I would ask our Parks and Recreation Director, Jennifer Campbell, to hop on and be able to answer a few questions. And then Councilmember Hinsey, if you have other questions, we can pivot back to you if that's okay.
That's great. Thank you, City Manager Antle. Hello, Mayor, Council members. The first thing I just wanted to address was Councilmember Hinsey about the park improvements. So what we generally use the park improvements for is usually aging equipment. And also to shade that was identified in the Parks Master Plan. So the two next projects that are up is the playground replacement at Scott Valley Park. We've also been approached by a generous community member to give a donation. We'd like to make that our first inclusionary park, which means it's specifically, some of the elements will be specifically for children with special needs. Besides being ADA compatible, it's also special needs for children with mental and emotional disabilities. So of course we would need to supplement that, the donation with the money from that. We were also looking next at putting shade at Cottonwood Creek Park. So those are the next two projects up for that Park Improvement Fund. To let you know. And then as far as El Portal, so the money for El Portal, we actually budgeted that based off of talking with Glenn Schmidt and the designers. So the design already for the artwork has been in place. Council actually did approve that with the El Portal undercrossing. And what it basically is it's areas that we can put tile, and that was the idea. So the money that's being budgeted would be to hire an artist. We do know that the community wanted to be involved, so this artist would also work with Paul Ecke School and the children to come up with designs to do the artwork, and that is basically for two Kierans, which is kind of a basically like an obelisk. It's a small monument that's there. It would be for 2 accent walls and 4 retaining walls. So that would be for the artwork along that undercrossing. And the idea was to work with the community, specifically Paul Ecke. So that money is to work with the artist to come up with the design with the community and then to actually fabricate the tiles. The installation would be done by the contractor already hired to do the El Portal undercrossing.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Councilmember Hinsey, I would also add on the $150,000 that you see on the unfunded list for Quail Garden sidewalk is just a design estimate. It's could be a little more than that for design. It could be, but we don't see a path for the likely cost of the sidewalks. So that's one of the reasons why it ended up on the unfunded is we didn't really see a path quite yet for funding of the sidewalks. But I just want to make clear that the 150 would just be design and it could be a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see it on the list.
Okay, I'm going to make some comments and questions before I go around to the next to hands that might be up again. So my first question is about something referenced by Councilmember Hinsey, which is there a CIP project for around Ocean Knoll on Melba? Is that an actual project?
Would ask Community Development Director to please join the hop on if you know. I'm not familiar that there's a project here.
Thank you, Pam. I'm not aware of a project at this time that is in that vicinity. I am having my team check as we speak.
Okay, thank you. Yes, because I think I received some inquiry about that. And so in some ways, I think there's a difficulty when community members believe that there's a project, like we're getting a lot of emails about sand volleyball courts. And that's similarly, to my knowledge, not an actual project. So I just wanted to, make sure that to the extent we as a staff are communicating or receiving, we as a city, so electeds and staff, are receiving commentary that we're able to communicate accurately what is an idea and what is an actual project.
Mayor, the only new projects that we have recommended or asked for funding for are the ones on slide 11. are these projects on slide 11.
Okay. Right. Okay. So I wanted to go back to the one that was right before this. It was slide 10. So I want to make a few generalized comments here. So I think the reality of our project costs going up all the time is why when it gets back down to like, what should we do? My feeling about what we should do is we should spend city resources to build the things that we know we need and we've talked about for many years. So moving forward with a Leucadia streetscape project of up to 20 million, to me seems like a really smart idea, because we have been discussing it publicly and with the community for years, all the entire time that I've been in elected office, but also before that. And we've also put quite a lot of money into it. I mean, we have a lot of sunk cost, which is a term of art that's frequently used for all the money we've put in design, all the money we've put into phase one, which we're currently under construction building, which I'm really excited that we were able to get over that hump and actually start the construction. I am hopeful that the city manager and her team will come back with a value engineered project that accomplishes the main core goals of streetscape, which really are related to mobility and the way people move through that corridor. So, that to me is the core of what we're trying to do there. It is part of our 4 strategic planning goals, which I don't think you put up today, but to improve mobility for all users. Maybe you did put it up, but that is, one of our top goals that all of these projects basically come back to. And so I see Leucadia Streetscape as being the best example of our commitment to that goal and follow through on that. And I echo Councilmember Mosca's overall general sense that we need to accomplish a lot on this and then be able to turn our attention to other things, because we do have so many other projects that are priorities too. So, we know that we have a lot of priority projects, and it's really important to remember that. And I think this is true for the community, but also for my colleagues and for the staff, to recall the many projects we talk about that don't actually end up on the list year to year, and we're not pursuing with a lot of speed. So like, for example, and I recently wrote about this and received feedback saying, where are the citywide quiet zones? Like, why is citywide quiet zones not on your list? And the reality is, in this budget meeting and others, we have these priorities. We have things that we're talking about as things that for the community that participates, for those who are elected, for the things that the professional staff has been working on. There seems to be a consensus about moving forward. I see Leucadia Streetscape as one of those projects. Quiet zones is really important throughout the city as well, but as you can see, it's not on any of these lists. And I'll just mention a couple others. So like when we were considering moving the coastal rail trail, it was Sandag's project, but it was being considered on Highway 101 and not on Vulcan. There was a full design of a great kind of boardwalk project. And all the members of the council said, we should build that too. And the community said, we should build that too. We should pursue grant funding to build that part on Highway 101 that would be north of Chesterfield. And that's another project that is designed to some level and has really basically essentially disappeared from our dialogue. And so, these things, there are these things, and then there are the things that we are continuing to talk about a lot. Like we have active public outreach on projects basically throughout the city. Like even what my colleagues have mentioned today and what people are bringing up, I mean, we need to finish design and fund the construction of projects on Rancho Santa Fe Road, Santa Fe, Acosta Avenue, Saxony, Quail Gardens Drive, Birmingham. And then then there are the other ones, like Manchester comes up sometimes as a really overly wide road that could accommodate a protected bike lane, or could do more, like between the freeway and where it meets El Camino Real. And so, these ideas of like other projects that could or should happen in our city, we're always in these trying to accomplish things and reprioritize and rebalance and say, like, what are the priorities of the council? And so, going back to like I think it's really a good plan. We should stick to it. We should fund the next phase of streetscape, and we should be able to accomplish that as one of the things that the council does. The trails, I think the other thing I just want to mention as a slight maybe process improvement or something that I think would be useful is like, and the trails were a good example of this, where, and this was brought up by Councilmember Mosca, that the trails are not ready to be built. Like when we have active utility conflicts, we have other agencies that we need to go to get approval from. We have resident right-of-way issues we have not resolved that have unknown costs. You know, I think it's important that when we portray this to the council and to the public, we don't say for $100,000 we can finish this design and then basically sit around and wait for $4 million, which is going to go up to $5 million and to $6 million for construction, because we're not really, that's really not an accurate portrayal, because it's really not a project that is designed. It's not shovel ready. It's not put together with all the realities of what it means to build something. And in many ways, that's a similar conversation to what we're having about crossings in Leucadia. Like those are all ideas, but that really is, there's no current resolution of all the different concerns in that, you know, in those areas. The other thing I want to mention, just as an important reminder of why we put money into like this slide 10 right here, or save, like to have that little buffer, which we keep of about 2 million in our general fund. We have projects come up that are built by other agencies in our city, and we want to make them better. So a couple examples of those are Sandag with the Coastal Rail Trail and their default fence being a chain link fence. And us saying, as a city, we're willing to, and we're doing this in Leucadia right now, we're willing to put city money in to make that fence more compatible with community character. So it's an expense that we're adding to it, but it's important to us, and we're making it so that it fits in better with our city. Another example is Caltrans building the underpasses that create bike and ped mobility, which is fantastic. Caltrans funded in our city, Santa Fe Drive and Encinitas Boulevard, but they're not doing the art. You know, we need to put that money in to do the art. And so we decide to utilize that money to do that. Another example is the quiet zone that we put in Cardiff, which was part of building the Coastal Rail Trail, which is a Sandag project. And so, you know, when you're looking at things like in Leucadia, Sandag has this remaining phase of the Coastal Rail Trail that they need to build in Leucadia. There's some conflicts that are unresolved yet there, but almost certainly we as a city will end up contributing something to make that project what we want it to be. And so maybe and I don't know what exactly that is, but it's important that we have some of this money, because you know, you look at like this right here in front of us, I think we utilize this money as flexibility. Like, for example, on Vulcan, when we want to put in a sidewalk extension that we cannot require the developer to put in, but it's right in front of something that was brand new built and there's sidewalk on either side, we can go into our mobility money and build that sidewalk, which we do. So we have these examples of things. We built this drive lane outside of Pawlecki Elementary School. We put curb cuts on the McKinnon Bridge so that kids riding their bike could get on and off the curb easier, in a more easy way. So, you know, there are just countless, when you start getting into like, what are we spending this on? There are countless examples of real CIP projects that we really need this money for. So my support would be that we keep this. I'm truthfully not sure this math is right, because when I look at traffic safety and calming went down by 25,000. But then I don't see a $25,000 difference in any other line. You know, park improvement projects seem to have gone up a little bit, but not 25,000. So, but I didn't sit here and add it up. But basically, to me, it seems like it's important, if we want to continue our commitment to our mobility improvements, that every year we give the staff the ability to make decisions in a way that's flexible and responsive to community needs in a real-time way. And this money provides that. So if we have a specific request, like for a walking school bus or something, and we decide we want to peel off money for that, and it's a basically programming, or it's staffing for educational type, like educational like school events or that kind of thing, I think we can make that decision on a project by project basis when it's really important to us. But I would not support us taking CIP money away from the actual construction on the ground to do things that are that are maybe better handled by the nonprofits, by the schools themselves, by the organizations who are supposed to be doing outreach in order to receive funding. And so they do the things they need to do, like the SWIP program. You know, that's money that's coming from different places and going into this programming for kids to learn about stormwater. And it doesn't require the city to use its CIP to do that. So I just wanted to mention that as my thought. I do support the idea of a blue ribbon task force if Councilmember Mosca and Councilmember Lyons want to be on it. I think what's clear from this budgeting is that we have a lot of needs, we have a lot of wants, we have a lot of active community demand for improvements, and the issues of how do we best engage the community with the electeds, with the professional staff, to come up with both projects and financing and a vision of what this might look like that could be supported. To me, it seems like it would be great to add that into what we already do. So we have this budgeting process, but I think it would certainly be intensive to some degree and would be a use of energy and time. I mean, it takes some commitment to make that go somewhere. But if we're going to do more in the city, and we already do a lot, we are going to need to do something a little bit different or a little bit more. And so this committee, I think, could give us that opportunity to do that. And if we have I think it'd be best to have two of you, but 2 council members willing to lead it, I absolutely support that. And then let me see, I just made a few notes I want to check to make sure I've covered everything. The last thing I just want to say is that from the way I look at this, we were prepared to use debt financing for Leucadia Streetscape a year and 2 months ago when coronavirus hit. It hit us quickly. We closed, like, I think of it as the lights going out. The lights went out in all these different sectors, and now the lights are coming back on. And so I feel like we're picking up where we left off. We have a different city manager, and we have a budget that looks, remarkably good in that it went a little flat and it's now projected to go back up. We also have the new revenue from the hotel that has just opened, the luxury hotel in our city. And it seems to me like we can accommodate the building of this project, and we're better off to build something instead of to spend our money only creating designs for more projects and then waiting for grant funding over many years. So the core of my commentary is that I think we're on the right path here. I'm grateful to the professional staff and the city manager for putting this together. I hope we're able to keep these different line items that we see on the screen right now related to mobility so that we can continue to be nimble as a city. And I'm happy to hear the presentation, which I think is the next stage of the financing. But I also do feel that we have gone through a financing presentation several times. And so, you know, this is not new information at least to the electeds and the public that's watching. So, okay, those are my comments. And I see two hands have gone back up. So Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The questions that my colleagues here have asked have made me realize I have a couple other questions. In regards to this sheet, Pam, I was assuming that these numbers, safe routes to school numbers, general mobility numbers, et cetera, have projects already attached to them. As our head of Parks, Jennifer Campbell, was saying, she's under the Parks Improvements Project. She's already got some line items that are gonna come out of this budget. And so I was just assuming that the rest of these are like that as well, that there's like our capital improvement project, there's a list of priorities associated with each of these as well. Are you nodding? It seems like.
So yeah, sometimes there is and sometimes there isn't. So for example, on Parks Improvement Projects, that is something that typically every year the staff will take a look at, and they have a number of things that they know, hey, this is the year that this needs to get replaced. On the safe routes to school and traffic calming, on both of those, and Lillian, you can pipe in. Some of those we know we're going to receive requests, and so we keep that money there so that we can respond and just say, well, otherwise in other cities, if you don't have this budgeted, we would just say we don't have anything budgeted, so you got to wait till next year. But this provides some flexibility. But the staff typically does have some projects, and they usually come forward to you in the form of awarding those projects if they meet a certain dollar threshold. But Lillian, why don't you pipe in and talk a little bit about how we look at that money and what we bring back to council for approval as a plan?
Absolutely. So with respect to Safe Routes to School, we do coordinate with the school districts. And they provide us with their list of priorities for the year, and our engineers look at them to determine feasibility and whether they're appropriate. And we work collaboratively to develop the work plan from that prioritization list with the budget that we have available, understanding that we don't often have sufficient funds to do everything on the list. With respect to traffic safety and calming, we do receive comments very regularly from our residents. And every time that we receive a comment, either email or as part of the Public Safety and Traffic Commission, we add it to a working document that we evaluate each request and determine what the best action is. And then we formulate what implementable actions are needed. And so from the standpoint of what is scheduled for that, it's based on that working document. And then with respect to general mobility, we do have several plans that we worked on throughout the years. The active transportation plan, the MAP grant is moving forward, and it will prioritize those plans. And so the goal would be for our staff to put together some ideas and recommendations for a work plan that the City Council could consider. One of the ones that keeps coming back to me is the potential for a Vulcan sidewalk. There are some areas in the city that do require gap closures, and we would be normally focusing on those areas because the facilities are already there. One good example of that effort was at the Hillcrest, north of Hillcrest on Vulcan, where we were able to close the gap at that location. And general mobility funds were used for that.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. It sounds like we're addressing this from the perspective of having some money available to respond throughout the year in most cases, and you're prioritizing based on your document, your working document that you keep. So I appreciate that. A lot of times I find that we get input from the public, and it's a very simple thing that could be addressed, like it's an ADA improvement, it's a crosswalk, and that can make a world of difference somewhere. So I'm happy to hear that we have a process in place for prioritizing and getting those things funded. Along the same lines, on the next sheet, we have grants identified, and it occurs to me, do we have a similar strategy? So on page 11 at the top of the page, 2 of the projects along the 101 are identified as grant funded. Do we have the same kind of process in place for making the decision what grants to go after to seek funding? Is this also falling into our prioritization list?
Yeah, so grant funding is tricky. So it's tricky and it's easy at the same time. Obviously, we try to apply for grants as they come up when they're identified for certain types of projects. So we have these projects on our list. Maybe they've been mentioned at a council meeting or someone calls in. Again, Lillian will pop in. And then obviously we try to look at those that meet the council's strategic plan goals, in this case, mobility, sidewalks, things that we see provide connectivity to other things where we have, you know, the sidewalk that everyone knows the sidewalk that ends, it goes to nowhere, you know, it just ends. So I would imagine, and Lillian, you can pipe in, that this is also something that we keep a running list of things that we look at. And then sometimes there's some specific grant things that we just happen to, hey, we're going to qualify for this one. So.
Yes, that is correct. So we do have a list, a running list of community interested items. Areas of sidewalk or mobility projects that the residents are interested in. We do keep that spreadsheet and better try to understand how we can respond. And if there is a grant opportunity that speaks specifically to that type of project, then that is where we would submit that type of project. I believe these two are HSIP granted projects, highway safety improvement projects. And we did have several comments about a walkway to Solana Beach and extending the mobility project along the 101. And so we were able to react quickly. And it is extremely fortunate that we were able to receive this, as we've not seen this kind of response in the past. So I do just want to highlight this tremendous success for the city. And we did receive almost $3 million in grant funding. What's not listed here is a project that doesn't require a match to improve our traffic signals throughout the city.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I'm not aware of our internal list, and I'm sure it comes before us and to the public at some point in that process.
Well,
so
and just to, you know, the grants are really moving targets, like the stimulus money. What we try to do is we try to be ready for those grants and stimulus opportunities. That's indeed why you have many things that are starting to become shovel ready in anticipation, because a couple of years ago there was talk of stimulus money. So those are always things that we have. I think one of our public commenters mentioned that we should really look for grants. And I can tell you that the staff works very hard to try to find grant opportunities. We can always try to do more, but we do try to have a running list of projects that we can apply for things as they come forward.
I have just 3 more things, and I'll try to be brief. I would like to reemphasize Mayor Blakespeare's comment about some projects that may have disappeared off the list. And I would like to see what has happened to some of those, like the Cardiff Quiet Zone, and kind of work those into our decision making. And maybe it's just a matter of awareness, what happened to it. But if there's a question out there and not everyone understands, it might help with clarity if we explain what might have happened to a project that's no longer on our list. And as far as process, it seems like we need to be really intentional about when we take on a feasibility study, we think it's, wow, we have to look at this. We don't know if it's feasible. You know, feasibility could be, you know, cost, it could be environmental, it could be structural, it could be so many things. You do a feasibility study to figure that out. That doesn't, so it's almost like we need to be intentional about a milestone that once you're done with a feasibility study, you make an intentional decision. Is it going to be a project? And if it is, then it goes on our list. And how does that fit in with what we're funding over a period of time? I think maybe it's been less official. It's been maybe more nuanced than that, how we've gone from something that's a feasibility study to concept, and then all of a sudden in our heads it's a project, but is it really, because we haven't figured out how to fund it? So I think some intention there in milestones would be helpful to us. And my final comment I want to get in before we kind of maybe before we start talking about funding has to do with the VE process, the value engineering process, because in my profession, I've dealt with VE on so many projects. I mean, it's unfortunate you have to get to a point where you've designed a project all the way to complete or nearly complete, and then there's not the funding available for it for one reason or another. So you have to kind of backtrack and reassess and look for where you can have cost savings. Unfortunately, it happens, but it's more common than it should be, but it happens. One of the things I want us to be aware of is sometimes we lose our priorities. We forget what our priorities were when we first initiated the project. I'm thinking about the Leucadia streetscape when I think of this, because I think the trees, the vegetation, but primarily the trees in the streetscape are a fundamental piece of what we're trying to achieve with revegetation along the streetscape for all the benefits trees offer us in our community. And when we look at a project kind of in hindsight and we're trying to save money, as a landscape architect on an engineering-driven project, I am aware that the vegetation is one of the first things that gets cut. And I've always fought my whole professional career to inform my clients and the public about the value of the trees and why they're in the project. But not only that, how can I help save money by addressing strategies for reducing the costs associated with the landscape? So there's, we've got great minds behind the VE on the streetscape project. I'm confident. I hope that we don't go in the direction of looking at the vegetation as what might get cut. I would love to go into a whole lot more detail on that. I won't take people's time right now.
If I could respond to just a couple of things, Councilmember Lyons. So one, I think it goes without saying, but always worth mentioning that the city manager and the staff are not hiding a closet full of money and we just want to be mean to the residents and take projects off of a list. I can tell you that all of the projects that did not receive funding is because we don't have the funding to put towards the project. That being said, we can do a way better job, I think, on telling the story, like we tried to do in one slide about our trails funding, and it would go a long way towards letting people know how the concept of something that we started with has changed over time or has become cost prohibitive, if you will. And construction and projects have become a lot more complicated, a lot more costly. I think everybody and their brother during COVID decided it was the best time to do paving. We have a crosswalk that we want to stripe, and our contractors told us that they'll see us in mid-June. They're so busy. They don't even have the bandwidth to do a crosswalk for us. So things are really, really busy out there. But yes, we definitely could do a better job kind of listing, as Councilmember Kranz had pointed out as well. These were our important tiered projects, and kind of what the status of them are, I think, is one thing. With regard to streetscape, I think there's a couple of interesting things. So trying to make lemonade out of lemons and trying to look at a reimagined streetscape. I agree with you and council members that we want to have some of the features that we imagined at the beginning of streetscape to still be a part of it going forward. So yes, we still need to have trees and vegetation. However, we may take a look at the way that it's irrigated to save some money, et cetera. We'll take a look at the way that we have something designed, assuming certain elements in terms of other projects nearby, and if those seem to be closer, then we'll take a look at what we might have developers fund, et cetera. And then the other thing that I really have been thinking about and we've been talking about as a staff is 20 years ago, there was a streetscape project that was imagined. And 20 years later, there's a lot of changes. For example, climate change and the drought situation in California are vastly different than they were 20 years ago. So there's a upside of taking a look at what we were planning to really determine whether or not it really makes sense going forward. So this really forced us to have to do that. I think when we bring something forward, when we have some reimagining designs for the council and for the community, I think that you'll see that it won't just be a 2 roundabouts and a half a sidewalk. I mean, we are really looking at what it is that we can do to have a finished look and feel that really gets to the mobility. So I think you can rest easy tonight that there will be trees. but they may not be as large as we had hoped, and they may be irrigated a little bit differently than we had originally imagined. I think I covered all of your questions, but I may have missed something, so let me know if I did.
Thank you.
Those were all your questions, Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Krantz.
Yes, thank you. And this question of value engineering, I think that my concern is that we're going to take a whole lot of public input and a whole lot of resources that we spent engineering a fantastic project, and end up with something that's not complete. It doesn't feel complete. That's my concern. So I'm going to reserve judgment, but would like to continue to call this the next phase, and instead of saying this is the end of the project, so that we don't end up with something that's not as good as it could be if we were to continue to pursue all the resources necessary to finish that the way it had been envisioned. 15 years have gone into it, and the number of workshops and outreach effort, all these sort of things, it's ended up a project that I think is befitting of the community. So I would hate to see too much go away, but I know the engineers and the budgeteers are going to be working on it, and I look forward to the next step of deciding how to proceed. And I appreciate the fact that we've got a fantastic city manager, and it's she has her approach of doing things. I think that the previous approach, where we were establishing tiers for projects and putting in tier 3, those projects that we know need to happen someday, but we just don't have any money for, is better than not having a list of those projects that we don't have money for that we know we need. So looking at that as a strategy for keeping the public informed about our understanding of the needs of the city, I think is important. The quiet zone, for example, we do know from the work that we put into that it would take $12 to $15 million to finish the rest of the city for a quiet zone. We know from the conversation that we're having today, $12 to $15 million isn't available. So, it's one of those things that goes on the tier 3 list, and people know we haven't forgotten about it. And, we continue to strategize on how to make that happen. So, the other question that I have for the city manager and director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture is related to this request for the sand volleyball courts at the community park. And I thought that the effort that went into bringing that issue to the council was pretty well done. It came out of the Parks and Recreation Commission, and it was done a couple of years ago, and then they delayed it, and so now a second subcommittee has brought forward, and we got the letter from the chair of the commission, and I fully support the idea of adding sand volleyball courts to the Encinitas Community Park. We've got the history of volleyball in our city is tremendous. Boyd Galland, who was responsible for carrying those telephone poles across the beach sand down at Moonlight in the 60s. We've got, Ed Machado and Duncan McFarland. We've got some world-class volleyball players in this community. And so I hope that we can tap into that and add some more facilities for those users. And so my hope is that we can use the park mitigation funds that were identified on this slide to take the next steps that are necessary to do the environmental analysis to modify the conditional use permit at the park. I know that the site that they are, that the commission proposed was initially in the EIR as a youth center, and that's a much more expensive proposal that I don't see us having the money for anytime soon. So, perhaps there's a way that we could value engineer some sand volleyball courts in that spot while we're waiting for the money to do the youth center. And then I would also ask that as part of the study, amendments to the conditional use permit, we also consider the idea of putting in pickleball courts in the area where an aquatic facility was one day envisioned, which is on the east side of the park, northeast kind of cornerish area there. So I know pickleball has become very popular. I think we've seen the emails about the pickleball versus tennis player wars that are starting to develop. And so creating new facilities that would accommodate pickleball players would be very important. I don't like the idea of a blue ribbon committee. I don't like just two of us going off and having this conversation with the community. I would propose that we do something like have each district council member have meetings with their communities, their district, and have those conversations and then reconvene back as a full council to consider the list that they come back with. There's never a shortage of ideas about improvements to make. I think there was a slide here that identified $85 million worth of stuff. I think that convening a big committee creates this perception that the work that will be done will then create those projects and get them done. And again, we're not held back by a lack of ideas. What we're held back by are enough resources to do all the things that we already know need to be done. And any list that the public comes up with is likely to not include some really important infrastructure issues like stormwater. And so, I think that dedicating staff resources to some sort of committee is not the best use of staff time, and that we should be having these conversations as a full council. Recognizing that if it's the will of the council to proceed that way, so be it. And I would be glad to participate in that, being the council member with perhaps the most history of these conversations about lack of resources and the needs of the community. So if that comes back as an agenda item, we can continue that conversation. But I think maybe each of us having the conversation as district representatives might be a better way to go. Can Director Campbell address this question of whether we can advance the sand volleyball courts with the traffic?
I was going to ask Director Campbell to jump on. I do want to let you know a couple of things. So I have not abandoned the tier list, and that still exists. I think what we need to do is daylight it and talk about where those projects are at, because you're correct, Councilmember Krantz, there's absolutely no money for the Cardiff Quiet Zone, et cetera. I'll let Jennifer pop on, but I will tell you sand volleyball courts has never been on your tier list. It may have been on the Parks and Recreation Commission's tier list or a list of items that they'd like. I think that there are a couple of issues with it, but I think you can see that one of the things that I would ask you to do if you're interested in doing something like that is, I think we're at the part where you really need to identify new projects and taking something else off the list if you want to identify a new project. And I would just ask if you could think about whether or not there's a path for funding. So while there's probably $75,000 that we could identify to study what it would take to look at the use permit for Encinitas Community Park, I think that the actual building of something would be another thing that would go on the list that we haven't identified funding. So those would be the only things that I would say, is that would end up being another study that we would do with no viable path for funding.
Yes, so there are development impact fees that we're going to be collecting from some projects that are going to be coming as a result of the housing element update that I think might plus that account up the park improvement fees. And I would consider sand volleyball courts and pickleball courts at the community park to be an improvement. So that's, I guess, the biggest question is whether something like that is eligible for Fund 231 resources. And so, because it's kind of dedicated to that specific use, instead of coming out of the general fund, maybe there is a funding source for that. But again, these are the sort of things that I hope we can have brought back to us, because the effort that went into it, I think, is worthwhile. And I think that the idea of making those enhancements to the community park are beneficial. And so, that's my biggest question is, would that, we just opened a brand new park. It's beautiful. You and your staff did just an outstanding job on that park. And I've had all sorts of very positive feedback. And, everybody loves a park, and adding a few features to the Encinitas Community Park at this point, I think there's nothing wrong with pursuing that. So that's my hope, is that we can come up with some of these park improvement fees that are part of the development impact funds that we'll be receiving from the developments that are happening as part of the housing element update.
Yeah, City Manager Antle, if I may just interject. Thank you, Councilmember Krantz. So generally with the park improvement projects, which is the money from the cell tower leases, which are located in the parks, they're generally used for actual park projects. So they're generally used for shade, playground replacement, rehabilitation, things like that. The money that the Park and Recreation Commission is looking for is basically, we would have to change the major use permit, as Councilmember Krantz or Deputy Mayor Krantz indicated. It was a teen center. So after talking with City Planner Roy Sapow, basically the money they're asking for would be to look to do some additional studies. When you change a use in that park, we would have to look at some additional ways to see if that's possible. So that's really the first step. Step after that would have to be, again, feasibility and construction. The commission did go ahead and request a presentation by a volleyball court construction, and we attended that meeting as well. So really the 25 or about the 30,000 they need would be for studies. So that would be generally something that would come from possibly an operating budget as opposed to a CIP project, which is the park improvement funds. Deputy Mayor Krantz did talk about park development and acquisitions funds. Those were used to go ahead and build Olympus Park. Now, Olympus Park was designated as a low service area. So it can also be used to enhance amenities in other parks. We would just have to look to make sure that we meet all the criteria for using those park development acquisition funds, which is certainly something we could do to determine if that could be used. But that's really where the Park and Rec Commission, they do understand that eventually funding would have to be asked for to build those courts, but they're kind of asking for the first step for money for studies. And that would just be, again, something possibly in operating. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, and I guess one other question would be, who defines the uses? Development impact funds, park improvement fees, Fund 231, park acquisition fees 232. Did the council define what the uses of those funds are?
Deputy Mayor Krantz, yes, the city has, but it follows state and government code section 66-424. So
Okay.
We go off of California state. So yes, I've got those guidelines as well.
Okay,
and
thank
it
you.
says in the city that we will follow that code.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. You've finished your questions and comments at this point? Yes. Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
Really quick, I'm not sure how much we're going to dive into the financing, but I did want to add one comment about financing, that one of the things that we're going to do the last time when we were kind of talking about financing is that we were going to name several different projects in the financing tools when we went to borrow for North Coast Streetscape. The reason for that is that we're still very hopeful, and I remain very hopeful that we are positioned really well for grants. And I believe that the President of the United States is going to come forward with an additional stimulus package and infrastructure package through the Reconciliation Act in the spring or in the summertime. And so I want to definitely make sure that we're preserving the opportunity to use these funds and other projects if in fact we have grants or monies that come in, we have a partner on the federal level, or we have grants that come in. I think that's critically important. I'm absolutely in favor of doing something with sand volleyball courts. I know that, you know, as the beach is eroding at Moonlight and we're trying to do what we can do to create more space there. There's always historically been a problem with putting more volleyball courts at Moonlight. And I know that there's a demand, and now there's also a demand with pickleball courts. You know, when I was on Parks and Rec Commission, we looked at this, and this is something that we've been talking about for some time. But I do think, and I'm in favor of it, but I do think that one of the things that we have to recognize is that we don't want to fall into traps that we have fallen into in the past. We need to, if we're going to go down the road of identifying any project, we need to make sure that we're identifying not only the cost for the feasibility, the study to see if we can, you know, in this situation, change the uses for this park, but also that we have the funding to take it to fruition. And as my council colleague, Joy Lyons is saying, that we're also looking at the indexing these projects to ensure that if it's done in 2023, that, you know, that we're adding 4 or 5% inflation factor to these projects. And so I think it's important that we don't just start scattering our money, our precious general fund dollars to studies and that on projects that are never going to come to fruition. So I'm all in favor of doing sand volleyball courts and pickleball courts, but I want to make sure that we've identified the funding to do that before we start down a path that we cannot, that down the line we say, oh, well, we can't do this because there's not a pathway forward. We've just wasted that money on a project that we could actually do. Last comment, and I'll turn it back over, which is that I just respectfully disagree about the utility of a blue ribbon task force dedicated to looking at our infrastructure needs. Respectfully disagree, because I think it is the best vehicle for moving forward. I think that we need to really engage the community, again, a bottom-up approach, engage the community on what the needs are. They are so significant. We need to engage the community, bring them in on a discussion, educate folks about what the needs are, what the fiscal status of the city is, and what the strategies could be for the future in terms of financing and paying for these important needs of our city. So I think it's the best vehicle, and I would be happy to collaborate with my council colleague, Joy Lyons, to put together a task force. And I would work my heart out on this task force and make sure that we have the discussion. And at the end, that you have strategies to implement for financing these infrastructure improvements.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to make a few additional comments myself. So first, I want to support my colleagues and the city manager who've said that you do have this tier 3 or an unfunded tiering category that we can daylight. So I do think it's really important that we don't lose projects just in the ether because they happen to not be talked about at that time, and also a place for residents to see that their project is there or not there. So I really think it's important that we do have that created. I just want to clarify that Cardiff is the only place that has a quiet zone. So Cardiff's Chesterfield Crossing is quiet because the city paid additional money to do that project when the Coastal Rail Trail went in Cardiff. The rest of the city are areas that don't have quiet zones. So when there's a discussion of what about quiet zone in downtown or Leucadia Boulevard, that's where that conversation is really centered. It's in the non-Cardiff sections. I just want to mention on value engineering, which seems to be the term that we're using. I think it's also important to look at tactical urbanism, because in many ways, like when I think of a roundabout, if I type roundabout and tactical urbanism and California, so obviously there are things that we can't do in this state because of our vehicle code, but if we did that, you see all these different ways roundabouts are created, which are not expensive. So they are using things that we have, and they can create the traffic patterns we need without having it be a beautiful $4 million roundabout. And so when we're looking at like, what is $20 million actually going to build us? I've said this before, but if it builds us half a roundabout, that's not going to be worth it. So when we're talking about value engineering, I think also looking at the tactical urbanism, the idea of using the corridor the way we want to use it, I think it's really important that we have trees to the extent at all possible too. That's like a critical part of creating a certain climate and ecosystem in our downtown, which is somewhat urban, and we're trying to recreate that tree canopy as a really critical part of that. So to the extent, we can keep that, but have something like the roundabout cost less while people still use it the same way, to me, that's the right way to do the value engineering. And then the other thing I wanted to, on the Blue Ribbon Task Force, I do think it's important that we have that we have a path to do this in a way that involves the community, involves the electeds, involves the professional staff, so that we can move forward with creating more infrastructure projects in our city. So I am going to make a motion now that we create a Blue Ribbon Task Force that it includes Councilmember Mosca and Councilmember Lyons to work with the city manager. And I would hope and expect that you would get back to us about how it will operate. So how are you going to go about the process of choosing people? What is the work product? I think it's really important that we not admire the problem. That's something that that can set in, where it doesn't seem clear what's the path forward. So really be focused on not admiring the problem, but coming up with solutions. And in the same way that the Equity Task Force, the Rancho Santa Fe Road Task Force, the Coastal Mobility Task Force, these various things, they actually do move forward and produce things. And I think that it's possible that this one will too, and hopefully likely. And I'm happy to have volunteers on the council who want to serve on it. So that would be my motion, that we create a Blue Ribbon Infrastructure Task Force.
Second.
And we'll go on with the rest of this presentation as well, but I did want to just make this motion here in the middle of this. So Councilmember Kranz.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. Again, I think it's a terrible idea for the purpose of it's exclusive, it's not inclusive, and it doesn't include all the elected officials who have the very difficult task of making decisions about these projects. We've been doing this year after year. These conversations about the budget are always very challenging. And you seem to be suggesting that we're going to set up this group that's going to be having these conversations on the side, only with the select groups. And I think it's just not the right approach to having an open conversation with the entire community and the council. So I'll be voting no.
Okay, and just to be clear, I don't see this as taking place in private or in some side room or something. Like, this is a public committee, and people will be able to participate in this. Councilmember.
So maybe you could answer one question then. How do you see who's going to be around the table?
I mean, I'd like to ask a person who suggested it, Councilmember Mosca or the city manager, to weigh in on this. I mean, it's a good, yeah, I mean.
But that's a critical question, is it going to be an exclusive group or is it going to be an inclusive group? We went through this with the equity committee, and I mean, I understand that sometimes it's easier to get things done with a small group. I participated in subcommittee discussions about a wide variety of subjects, but we didn't set up a committee per se. So I think that's the critical part of the structure that I think is missing is how does the public, who's sitting at the table? Who has a seat at the table?
I think those are good questions. And I would say that what we're doing right now is just taking the first step. And my hope would be that the city manager would bring this back to us with some proposal, with some options, and then we can, as a city council, discuss that again. I would say that I would be in favor of several community members sitting on the task force, including myself and the councilwoman Lyons, but also that it would be, it's a Brown Act body, so we would always meet in public, and this is always going to be an opportunity to engage the public, engage our fellow residents, and educate them and include them in the discussion. This is the absolute opposite of this is to be exclusive. This is all about being inclusive and bringing in as many people into the fold and part of this discussion as possible. I think that it's not possible necessarily how we've done in the past. I think that we want to dig even deeper, and we want to engage people even more than we are allowed to at a city council meeting. So I do think that this is going to be a very good and successful vehicle for having this conversation.
No, and I don't know if the city manager's hand is up to answer this question, but if it is, go ahead.
So I was simply going to say that there's a couple of things, and I'm happy to bring something back to a future council agenda. You could do a citizens committee where they apply, like for your other committees, and council members Mosca and Lyons could be liaisons to that committee and participate, but be non-voting. If actions are taken or ideas are shared, they would always come back. It would be advisory. They would always come back to the council anyway. It's always nice to have a liaison to these type of committees, so it's not completely a surprise as ideas are generated or other information is brought back to the full council. We could also do something similar to the way the Equity and Inclusion Committee was set up, where there are we would have people apply, they would do an interview in this case as well with the city council, and council members Lyons and Mosca could serve as actual members on that committee. Anything that happens would be, I would assume, would include people from throughout the community, from all the different districts, and anything that they would come up with as ideas or plan or what have you would come back to the full council for any type of action.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
So I too have a lot of questions about this effort, and to me it seems a little bit redundant in that I'm curious to know how, what we would accomplish with this committee that we're not going to be accomplishing as we make progress on our circulation element. Because to me, we still have to work through our circulation element to identify some of these big picture things of where we're going and what we're trying to fund. And oftentimes, and I experienced this again today, is that we have these conversations happening in multiple venues, and rarely do I see them crossing in a meaningful way aside from our annual budget meeting. And so, Joe and I have a really robust conversation once every month with our school district liaison committee that identifies certain safe routes to school projects. And then we get the, I think it's every other month, update from Ed Wimmer about all the mobility projects we have in the city, which includes a lot of the work plan from our Traffic and Public Safety Commission. And then we've got Bike Walk Encinitas that's pushing a lot of these efforts through multiple city departments, including the Climate Action Administrator and through engineering. And so I tend to agree with Tony in that there's no shortage of priorities that we have. And so if the purpose of this committee is to tee up projects that would be high consensus projects to receive funding for the grant projects, or if it's to, go after a ballot measure in the future, to me, that's very different. And it's almost a little bit premature for that. So I'm curious to hear from my colleagues, how does it tie into our circulation element? How would we not just be adding another group that's kind of duplicating efforts that are already taking place in different conversations in the city? And, how do we actually ensure that these projects would be funded with all the time and effort that would be going into it?
You want to answer that, Councilmember Mosca?
First, I hope that we can have another conversation when the city manager brings back further options for us to consider. But I think that I envision that this, and we can move in different directions, but I envision that the task force would have, a conversation about all of the needs of the city. And some of those needs are already understood by us, and things that we've been talking about here today, and other projects that have kind of fallen by the wayside, but they're important as well. And also even, looking at Pacific View and other capital projects that are out there that really have no pathway forward. Of course, when the circulation element, is started and comes to fruition, if it identifies, further projects, those projects would be folded into what we're looking at, and they would be part of that the list of projects that we're thinking are important projects. I think the goal would be not only to have a discussion about the universe of all the different projects and how important these projects are in terms of safety and mobility, but also to strategize about opportunities to actually get these projects to completion. how do we actually finance those projects? And I think it takes a lot of conversation about, what type of financing vehicles could be a good fit, what is acceptable to the community. For instance, if we're looking at water, big water, as we talk about in Leucadia, how is that financed? If that's $100 million project or thereabouts, how do we finance something of that magnitude? If it's critically important, what are the options for us as a community to actually finance something like that? What are the options on Pacific View? What are the options on Birmingham, on Rancho Santa Fe Road? How do we actually get these projects to completion? And so I think that it's not only talking about the universe of projects, but also a strategy for financing those projects, which I don't think that we've had that conversation so far. And it may actually culminate with a recommendation for some ballot questions as well.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blakespear. And just to add to what Joe has said, I see it kind of as a matrix. Just if I'm trying to conceptualize it in my mind, in that what we want to try to capture is how we make decisions, what the process is. I can see types of projects on one column, and across the top we've got options for funding, so that we can kind of target, well, these are our top priorities. Here's our tier 1, here's our tier 2, here's our tier 3. Those are things we still talk about together. But what maybe we can do, when Joe mentioned this is where my head went, is to organize it in a manner so that we can really very clearly capture what we've identified our priorities to be, and give that some flexibility to update it as needs present themselves, but what we know about our funding options, and then identify where we can connect the dots. And we include grants. So the grants are, when those are available, these are the kinds of grants that's going to have to be updated on probably an annual basis based on what kind of money's out there. It's almost like a living document that looks at what we're trying to achieve with our budget in a kind of organized and strategic manner. So I see it more, the effort of a task force being more about identifying the funding types, tying it to our tiers, and then a process for making decisions as we evolve through time. And just identify where the milestones are, where we punch ourselves into the process and say, okay, now we make decisions and this is what we know. And then, and identify where those opportunities are.
I'll just add that the reason that I support this is that I see it as foundational to having a true community conversation about revenue streams. So I think that cities make decisions to move forward with a new revenue stream to accomplish city priorities, but they don't do it by having it start at a cold agenda item slapped in front of us from a city manager or a council member initiated item. Where does it come from? It comes from having that community conversation, and an infrastructure committee would allow a discussion of revenue streams to accomplish community priorities. And we don't have a way to do that right now. And so I don't see that happening from our existing commissions. I don't see it happening at a school district liaison committee. I don't see it happening at the council level. I feel as if that kind of thing needs to happen from this collaboration between electeds, professional staff, and the community members who are diving deeply into this, and that we would be able to unearth what seemed possible in our city to do. So, that's to me, that's really the value of this. So, given, I don't know if what you've just heard from Councilmember Mosca, Councilmember Lyons, and me has made you feel differently about it, the two Councilmember Kranz and Councilmember Hinsey. But I mean, do you want to comment, Councilmember Kranz?
Sure, I just want to say that it's interesting to hear Councilmember Lyons describe what she sees this committee is doing, and really it's what we've been doing every year for the since I've been on the council. We identify our priorities, we identify revenue streams. It's it's exactly what we've been doing. And so I'm supportive of continuing to do what we've been doing. If you think a 2-member subcommittee is going to, shift the focus or change the dynamic of this, then I guess I just don't see that. You did bring up this idea of identifying revenue streams. That's the critical issues. We don't, our revenue streams have been essentially the same. We have some sales tax, we have some property tax. We're blessed with a wonderful community that people want to live in. So there's been enough turnover, and so property values are continuing to be reappraised. So, that took a slight pause for the pandemic, and it looks like out of the pandemic, we're going to probably see that continued increase. But our revenue stream is fairly fixed unless we want to look at alternatives. And if that's the goal of this committee, maybe that's the right kind of approach to warm the community up to that particular conversation. But as it stands now, the work that this committee would be doing is something that we're currently doing every year in conversations like this. And I think that that's the best way to do it, so that no council member is left out of the conversation, and the community has an opportunity to come speak their mind. And so that's why I think we should just continue with what we're doing, unless it's about raising revenue, and then that's a whole different ball game, and we should put that on the agenda and have that conversation.
I mean, I guess I'll just say that the reality is Councilmember Lyons is brand new. So when she's looking at like, what is she seeing in the couple meetings she's watching and participating in, like to her, it seems like this is a need. And, we know we've been doing it, but I think that's what it means to be a new council member, is you come up to speed and you start to participate. I mean, when you were a new council member, you guys did like this deep dive strategic planning type of things like every other week, where you went into like, how does the fire department operate? How does this happen? Why are we doing it this way? And, it was it was a serious commitment on the part of new council members and a new majority to try to figure things out of where they were. And in many ways, that's why I think she'd be good on this committee, because a lot of these capital improvement projects, you and I have, and others have been around them a lot, but I think the, average people who have not served on the council or worked for the city just don't have that depth there. And I think there are, like, cities have higher vacation rental and hotel taxes. Cities have assessment districts. Cities have these different streams of revenue, whether it's sales, property, assessment, hotel. But the point is that none of that can be discussed until you figure out why. So like the why is, we don't want to talk about having something like that until we know what we want it for. And so having
it's on our list, our tier list.
Having this committee, I think, could have that conversation to talk with the community and with each other about the why, to figure out whether it's worth having some additional revenue streams. So I'm prepared to move forward with my motion, which has been I've made and it's been seconded, if the two people who are running this committee want to do it. But if you don't want to do it in light of two council members who don't seem, overly enthusiastic, then I'm happy to withdraw it. So I just, I guess I'll let Councilmember Hinsey weigh in.
Yeah, I think the focus, if it is for the purpose of identifying a new funding stream, that is a big need of our city. I don't think the priorities is the big need. I think our priorities are pretty well mapped and clear. And I concur with Joy. I've been serving now for a year, 2.5 years, and I still get confused about how some of these things progress to actual construction when they're talked about in so many different formats. And so, top priority for me is that we're not adding new things that haven't been, baked and pushed forward for a long time to be at the highest levels of our tiered structure, so that we are actively seeking and identifying new revenue streams to be able to actually construct these things. And I really don't want to lose a focus that I see as very new and kind of just burgeoning, is this effort to do the programming aspects of our infrastructure. And we talk about it in a whole bunch of different language. We talk about it as mode shift. We talk about it as safe routes to school. We talk about it as Ciclavia, as our climate action plan, but there needs to be some funding baked into how do we teach people how to use these things and raise the level of engagement for the projects that we're constructing. Because unless we do that, we're going to build a bunch of expensive things without the usership to take part in those. So I can support the committee today because I am interested in it at least coming back to us in another written format in a way that we're really having an honest conversation about how to fund our $80 million capital improvement program. But I don't want to lose the input that we have already built for the last couple of years.
You know, I'm very sensitive to those comments. And first, I would say that it's not going to be a subcommittee of myself and Joy. It's going to be, you know, with your consent, and when we discuss it further, I would say that it's a group of citizens, a group of residents coming together to have this discussion. It's not about reprioritizing our priorities. And so it's not about saying that you know, something that we've identified as top tier is now something in my mind to be bottom tier. It's about talking about the universe of all these important projects that we've been talking about, and educating people. People don't, you know, just like Joy, they may be coming to this anew and not understand all the various projects that we're talking about, and understanding how important they are in terms of safety and mobility and how they connect to everything else. And so I think it's important in the beginning to really, you know, lay down that kind of baseline level of understanding of all the different projects that we have, and then start to talk about the funding that we have available for projects, and lay out, you know, under normal circumstances, under our current funding, it would take forever, if not, you know, some of these projects just have no pathway forward. And so what are we going to do? If these projects are so critically important, what are the options of getting them done in the foreseeable future? And I think really that would be the deliverable back to the city council in terms of just what are the strategies for funding these things? What are the strategies that are acceptable to the community for funding these items? So it's everything that Deputy Mayor Kranz was talking about and Councilmember Hensley's talking about in terms of, you know, we have $100 million or more in needs. How do we pay for that? And how do we basically come up with a strategy forward for moving those projects to fruition?
Madam Mayor, can I comment on that?
Sure.
It's interesting. I've been involved in conversations about the streetscape for many, many years, and there is a fairly significant contingent of people who don't think we should be spending that money. So, I mean, when you have this community conversation, you're going to have people that will, for their own parochial reasons at times, promote projects that are of their interest, or maybe demote projects. So it's an interesting dynamic that you're setting up. I would suggest that maybe what we do is give the city manager some direction to come back with some ideas and put this on an agenda, as opposed to taking a vote today. You know, maybe there's a way that it could be structured that would, you know, shift the focus a little bit to make it much more useful, because like I said, there have been countless conversations about the $100 million worth of capital projects that we know are very important and necessary. So that would be my request, is that instead of taking a vote on this today, that we direct the city manager to bring back some options.
Okay. I mean, the other thing that I think is, you know, I don't see this as being a committee which, and I mean, you're taking, Councilmember Moskowitz, you're taking comments and are sensitive to comments. I mean, I don't see this as being a committee where there's the ability to kill projects or oppose housing projects, or like, you know, mission creep over into some other thing. Like, to me, that's not where this is going. I see this, I mean, I would expect, and this is what I see other cities do, is there's a rough idea of things that are aired, and then you go to a survey of the community. You say, like, what are your priorities? What would you support funding for? I mean, we know that we're going to have a marijuana tax on the ballot, right? So there are various questions that I mean, communities care about certain things, and then is it something that's more specific? Like if you're talking about a problem in a certain district, or I mean, a certain neighborhood or something, you know, that's when you think of assessment district. Or if you're thinking about something that might be related to tourism, that's why you're talking about hotel tax revenue, or, you know, so to me, it seems like all this stuff we need more information about. We need it to be from the bottom up, not from us saying, well, I think this about this particular revenue stream, because I just don't feel like we have the expertise for that. So So I would hope that this committee would produce some of these ideas together with the staff and say, hey, here's a path. So, I mean, I'm happy to have the city manager to withdraw my motion, have the city manager come back with a proposed idea of how to structure this. I mean, this came up because Councilmember Mosca suggested it, and he said he'd like to be the liaison or on the chair of it, and Councilmember Lyons said she was interested too. To me, it seems like a good way forward. But if everybody thinks it'd be better to agendize it as something the city manager puts on the agenda to talk about, I'm happy to support that. I mean, what does the seconder of my motion think?
So I thought that that's what we're going to do. I thought that your motion was essentially for us to look at the formation of a blue ribbon task force on all of our infrastructure needs and how to fund those needs in the future. And I thought that the city manager, the motion was the city manager was going to bring this back at a regular agenda with options for us to look at. And that's what I seconded.
Okay.
If the city manager doesn't need a motion and she can just take direction, I think it's the same.
Right. Okay, city manager, would you like to weigh in here?
No, I think that works fine. I'm happy to bring something at a future agenda.
Okay. Okay, so I'll withdraw my motion if the seconder will withdraw his second, and we'll just have that be general consensus for you to come back.
I withdraw my second, yes.
Okay, does that work for everybody on the council? Councilmember Crayons?
Yep.
Yes, Councilmember Lyons,
Yes.
It's okay, you're all in a line still on my right screen. Okay, phew, all right. We're proceeding ahead here. So what is next in this presentation?
So if any, before we move on to how debt financing works, if we're okay to leave the list of projects that we recommended, we can move on from there. I didn't know if anyone had any more questions.
I did actually, sorry, I forgot to. So one of the things I just wanted to air was we got a lot of discussion and commentary and emails and advocacy around crossing of the railroad tracks in Northwest Leucadia. Is that something, I think this appears on this right here, like North Leucadia Rail separated crossing 400,000, but then there's also some other money we've put to the undercrossing. So do you think we should discuss this in depth where we can have Councilmember Kranz produce or share the information that he's generated from the NCTD and see what's realistic and on the table, and we should agendize that specific thing? And to me, that seems like a good idea, but I wanted to, what does the city manager think about that?
So what we have in this budget presentation is the North Leucadia grade separated crossing. That would take us to the next step of the work that we're doing for the undercrossing. We received our bids back and they all came in just around the 400,000. And then in addition, Kieran, if you could go to the next page or the previous page, I apologize. We also, based on the last council work session, we also put in 250,000 for rail safety at-grade crossings. And just the way we did that was we moved around. For example, we had some, you might notice we had La Costa stormwater project on an earlier version. And what we did is we're going to try to use the funding that we still have in our stormwater account for that rather than using general fund. And then we moved that money over here for, so essentially you're studying at grade and undercrossing at the same time.
I mean, that seems problematic to me. So, because they're in conflict with each other and you have to prove one's infeasible without doing the other one. And so to me, it seems like we should agendize this and talk about this before we dedicate that kind of money. I mean, we've just spent a lot of time talking about how we don't want to start new funding projects that we don't feel are going anywhere or that we don't have funding for. So, you know, I don't know what direction we want to go on this, but it seems to me like before we program that into the budget, we should talk about it. I can't tell Councilmember President, your hand is back up or if it's still up.
It's still up, but I think you make good points, and my hope would be that we would stage these in a way that we did the $250,000 safety study to get a report that would identify whether pursuing at-grade crossings was going to have, you know, a solid chance of success before we started spending money on the preliminary engineering for grade separated. It just doesn't make any sense. But you know, hopefully we could do the safety study within 6 months and have a pretty good idea where that was going to go. And if necessary, then we shift gears for the preliminary engineering. But my hope is that we can, as a council, agree to pursue the at-grade crossing approach. So if you want it back on a different agenda item, that would be one thing. But maybe what we say is, you know, budget the 400,000 pending the outcome of the rail safety study.
So,
because either way, the next step is to spend preliminary engineering / design money for either way you're going to go.
Mayor, if I could, I will ask Lillian to jump on. I think what we anticipate is, so we like to budget for what possibly could happen. So if we do a rail safety study, it's possible it could be less than 250. It may mean that we won't need the 400,000, but we also lose traction on these bids that we just did for the 400,000. So I'm going to ask Lillian to come on and maybe provide a little bit of insight into how this would work in terms of timing, how it would go, and any concerns that staff may have about this.
Thank you, Pam. So both of these were programmed because we understand there is an interest in both options. We also understand that there's an urgency from our residents to have a North Leucadia crossing. So it is possible for us to undertake both studies at the same time. To a certain extent, the information will feed each other. However, the type of study that we are looking to complete for an at-grade crossing requires that we work very closely with the CPUC and the FRA. We've done quite a bit of research and learned more about the last at-grade crossing that was approved in Santa Barbara County within the last 5 years. That was approved by the CPUC. We also looked into the circumstances with the San Clemente at-grade crossings, which actually predated the CPUC policy against creation of at-grade crossings. I think the staff's concern is that if we, and we can certainly stage it in such a way as proposed by the deputy mayor, however, our concern is that we could lose some valuable time. The safety study, while it's very possible we could get approval from the CPUC, you know, it's not something that's frequently done. There is a preference toward a grade separated crossing. And so I think that there is some risk with respect to the timing of when we could get approval. We do know that with a grade separated crossing, that the design period and the entitlement period could be about 2 years. 2 to 2.5 years. So we do have a more certain timeline. And I think a large part of the question that is before you today is what type of timeline or what risks are you willing to take as we move forward in the at-grade crossing discussion? I do believe I just want to be clear, I do believe we have the support of NCTD to proceed with the study. However, you know, it is largely in the hands of the CPUC.
Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
I feel like we're doing ourselves a disfavor by pursuing both at the same time. I think it's my understanding that one of the key things we will try to be demonstrating when we do the study at grade is that there is no other feasible option. And if we're at the same time, and it's a matter of public record, pushing forward another feasible option, I don't think that serves our argument very well. I'm in favor of an at-grade crossing because I think it's a really nice solution. I previously didn't think we had it as an option. And the idea that it's getting more traction, I would love to put all of our eggs in that basket. now I understand there's some bids already being considered for the 400,000 for the underpass, but I think now's our opportunity to decide what we're going to focus on and what we want to prioritize. And not only that, but it may do us it may be a disservice to our argument to also be funding underpass if we're trying to demonstrate that the at-grade crossing is the favored and most feasible option.
So let's just be really clear here. So Lillian is giving us a lot of well-chosen words, but the bottom line is staff does not believe it's feasible or likely to be approved. So like what she's saying is that we are going to delay an undercrossing, which is almost certain to be approved, to do a study on an at-grade crossing, which in Santa Barbara and the differences with San Clemente, we don't think that a CPCU is likely to approve it. So, I mean, I would really just like to ask staff, I know it's difficult for you to be put in this position because you know the community wants at-grade. It seems logically to make sense, like why can't you just walk across? But I mean, I have not seen any information presented that's different from what we heard before, which is that an at-grade is uphill. Like CPUC, the statutory language says they're disfavored, and the railroads are increasingly wanting to reduce conflicts. So having fewer people crossing the tracks all over the place. And I mean, we, you know, all the conversations that maybe Councilmember Kranz or others, Joy, or others are having with the community, I mean, I don't see that those are crossing with the reality of the regulatory environment. So, you know, I think we need to ask the staff to present to us on this topic, or we can talk about it today. This is obviously already agendized, but before we proceed down this other path, we have to know that we are delaying the undercrossing, which we know we could actually get approval for. So get council member, and also just recognizing, I just want to say one more thing before I go to you. We did this whole study in Cardiff, and it means you're adding noise to the corridor, at least 50 trains a day, train horn noise, because furthermore, the quiet zone is also not assured, is not funded, you know, so we're facing that reality that we have to really struggle with. Do we really want to add more than 50 horns a day of what an at-grade would look like? So, or sound like. So yes, Councilmember Kranz.
Yeah, so I disagree with Lillian's pessimism about our potential for getting approval from the CPUC. I wouldn't be advocating that we do this study if I didn't have if I wasn't confident that we could accomplish it. And I say that as somebody who's been serving on NCTD. I chaired the Low Sand Corridor Board. I'm chair of NCTD board now. We had this meeting with FRA, who was, the FRA is supportive because they recognize that what we're constructing in Leucadia is sure to be vandalized significantly. And so they recognize the opportunity to create a corridor that is far safer. And so it makes for a sound argument. And you know, the CPUC is a public body, and it's you know, they're appointed and they have their policies, but that doesn't mean that you can't make the case that it makes sense for at-grade crossing. So before we start, I tend to agree with Joy that it's not smart to pursue the preliminary engineering on a grade separated, and that we should do this study and we should develop a strategy. In Cardiff, the quarter-mile rule and a whole bunch of other things came up that created this need for a wayside horn, and we did the wayside horn testing, and people there said, oh no, we don't want that extra noise. And so we went to the Verity undercrossing, and so it's $8 million and sitting on the shelf because we can't afford to build it. So you go up to San Clemente and you look at the horns that are part of those crossings, and there are people in San Clemente that are living with them without any difficulty whatsoever. So my expectation is that the community here in Leucadia would you know, be able to manage with the difference in the you know, added noise, and the trade-off is that you have more crossings. So I think that for the long-term interest of the community, the right approach is to fund this study for the safety justification for these at-grade crossings and continue, once those results are available, decide on whether we're going to, as a council, unanimously pursue with the CPUC approval of that approach. And I think that anything else, any hesitation, any doubt is, as Joy points out, not in our best interest. And so that's what I would encourage. I don't come to this decision easily. If I thought that there was a slim chance, I would not be pursuing this. But I think we have a good chance of success based upon the conversations that I've had with the FRA and the CPUC already.
Okay, so before I go to you, Councilmember Mosca, let me just ask Councilmember Cran. So what are you suggesting should happen with the 400,000? Because this rail for at-grade crossing is a $250,000 in this budget. And what about the 400,000, which, I mean, I think what staff just said was that if we pursue this, and what Joy and you said is that we shouldn't do both at the same time. We're going to lose that. There's a response to our bids, right? And we will lose that. So we would need to go back and start that again if we stop and go this direction.
Well, so fund the study, and I would leave that budgeted, but out of that study, you're going to know whether your next 400,000 is going to be spent on engineering of at-grade crossings or grade separated crossing. And so, I think that the community in Northwest Leucadia deserves, $650,000 worth of budget for crossings. And knowing that that is just a drop in the bucket about what we're going to need, if we decide either way we go, it's going to take millions more. And so, I think that advancing this budget and agreeing that the priority, the order in which these two things take place are we do the safety study first and decide as a council, following the completion of that study, following testimony from NCTD and maybe FRA and CPUC, that we then decide how to proceed. And there may be some loss of time, but the trade-off for the possibility of lost time is the potential for a much better corridor with more crossings and less expense. I think that's probably as critical a point in this as anything else, is that at-grade crossings are much less expensive. So that's what I would recommend we do, is we leave the budget the way it is and have that $400,000 there for a decision when we get our rail safety study for at-grade crossings back. And as a council, we consider whether to pursue that or not.
Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
So that at least gives me a little bit more information. So I would ask to Deputy Mayor Kranz. So you said you had conversations with the CPUC, California Public Utilities Commission. So can you let us know a little bit about these conversations? Because I think for me, you guys know that I served on the Coastal Mobility Livability Work Group, and the community, the city had a discussion about at-grade versus grade separated crossings in the past, and in the beginning, there was a preference for at-grade crossings because there was a feeling like, especially in Leucadia, where the terrain lent itself to it, that we could deploy many more of them quicker. And I do agree that the end goal is safe crossings, multiple safe crossings. And as quickly as we can do that. But we transitioned, we moved away from at-grade because it was the professional advice of our consultants and folks around the table for a plethora of reasons. But the most important was that the regulatory bodies would not approve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crossings, no matter how many crossings. They just weren't going to approve it, that they were moving in the opposite direction. And this is something that, as a city, we kind of pivoted and moved away from. And so I feel like, if we're going to move back to that, people in the Northwest and that part of our city really want, more they want safe crossings. There's none there. They want safe crossings. And so I don't feel like I want to waste time. I want to make sure that if we're going to pivot, we're pivoting because we're sure that we're going to give them safe crossings and that we're not just chasing our tail. And this is kind of Groundhog Day. And so I want to make sure that, I'm not sure how long this study takes. I wouldn't want to spend another $250,000 on a study. We don't hear back from you for a year on this, based on, I just think, what is it based on? What are these conversations that you've had? Have the professional staff had conversations with the Public Utilities Commission? How sure are we that the regulatory bodies, which we were told by our professional staff and consultants before, would not approve these? How sure are we that they will approve them? Because I don't want to spend $250,000 and spend a year waiting for something that's going to tell us that it's not feasible. Because then we've lost time and in some ways lost trust with folks in the northwest portion of our city who want safe crossings.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit about the meeting that we had. It was at my request that Matt Tucker, the executive director of NCTD, schedule a meeting with us to talk about at-grade crossings. And so he brought together the FRA and the CPUC both. There were 2 representatives of the CPUC there. There was an indication that they are reticent to approve them, but it wasn't a slam dunk no, because we wouldn't have had the meeting otherwise. This is a situation that requires a unanimous council and commitment from the community. And so that's what we would be doing, is we would do a study that makes the safety case for it. That's the most important thing for all the agencies and the railroads and everybody else, that the question of safety is the critical issue. And if we have no crossings and people cutting fences and continuing to walk, cross illegally, then, they haven't enhanced safety at all. And if there's a single crossing and people still, halfway between the crossings continue to cut fences and illegally cross, then again, they haven't enhanced safety at all. So, the goal of the NCTD and these regulatory agencies is to have a situation where they have a corridor that's pretty solid and safe. And more crossings in the north of Leucadia Boulevard is I think, goes a long ways towards that goal. I am not going to guarantee anything, but I will tell you that as a body, we have the ability to be very persuasive. And so we do a safety study that justifies it. We get behind it unanimously. We have a lot of support from the community, and it increases our chances of success with the CPUC. And so that's the point that I've been trying to make. Would I like to spend $250,000 on a study that says, nah, you can't get the safety without grade separated crossings? That would be disappointing, but I don't think that's going to be the result of the study, or I wouldn't be recommending that we do this. So again, I'm very supportive of the idea of taking that $250,000 and investing in that study. And I think in the end, we will be successful as a city in accomplishing our goal, which is safe legal crossings north of Leucadia Boulevard, and more than one.
Could just to end my comments, or questions, could we have some comment from staff, maybe in however way you want to respond to what Deputy Mayor Kranz was saying, and just kind of, because I think that you're saying that you're not recommending this, and so, Deputy Mayor Kranz is saying he's having conversations and he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. So could you tell us, give us a little bit more color to what's, why you're saying what you're saying, and has there been any reach out to the California Public Utilities Commission? Have you talked to the head of NCTD? Have we talked to anybody about pivoting to kind of a strategy of multiple at-grade crossings?
Thank you, Councilmember Mosca. I have spoken with Matt Tucker. I've also spoken with Sandag. We've also looked in detail, and if I may, I'd like to start with the circumstance in Carpinteria, which was the most recent approved at-grade crossing. In that case, they did have to prove that it was infeasible to do an undercrossing or an overcrossing. They showed the crossing in that case was on the beach. Tidal inundation made an undercrossing infeasible. A bridge structure was not acceptable to the Coastal Commission. It took them roughly 8 years to get approval through the CPUC. And so in the case that we have here in Encinitas, we have shown through the design of the Verde Crossing, through the construction of El Portal and Santa Fe, that we have slightly different circumstances on the ground. So I'm not sure that we're going to be able to meet that threshold burden of feasibility, that it's not feasible. The circumstances in North Leucadia are not so different from that of El Portal. With respect to my discussion with NCTD, Matt Tucker did indicate that the only way we're going to know what the CPUC is going to do is to undergo a study, but he did also indicate that there are risks with that. The safest option is a grade separated crossing, just from the perspective of a railway, to minimize the amount of conflict between pedestrians and train traffic. I hope that answers your question.
So we would do this study, and the study would tell us whether a grade separated at grade crossing is feasible, because a grade separated one is not feasible, or what's the study looking at?
It's to determine whether at grade crossing would be safe, and create a corridor that is as safe as can get. And city staff, Lillian, Ed Wimmer, and Jill Bankston were all on the same Zoom meeting that Kelly and I were on, and we had this conversation together. And Matt is absolutely right. You can't, without doing the study, you won't know. And so to me, this $250,000 study is well worth the money. And again, with the right political position, if we get behind the idea, once we have a safety case that has been made, that we will then be able to accomplish what the at-grade crossing opportunity would be.
I guess I just want clarity on one point. So I'm now sure that the study itself is examining the safety of the corridor with grade separated, with at-grade crossings. So we're looking at the safety and whether or not that's enhancing the safety.
Right.
The study does not actually. When do we actually engage the PUC or any other regulatory body that has approval over the deployment of these at-grade crossings? When do we actually when do we actually engage them? How long is that process to get them to sign off on something that says this is good? Like, how does that timeline go?
Councilmember Mosca, so my understanding is that we would engage in this safety study. If it met CPUC's requirements, then it's possible that it could go quickly. However, what we've noticed in the Carpinteria example is they repeatedly asked, is it feasible to do a grade separated crossing? And the county of Santa Barbara would have to go back over and over again and explain why it was not feasible. The CPUC requested significant amounts of studies and evidence. And as I indicated, that experience took 8 years.
So the analysis that the CPUC was asking for is not actually part of the study that we're doing, which is can you actually do a grade separated crossing, because we believe, the CPUC believes, that it's safer, less fatalities. And so that's not part of the actual study. It's the CPUC that when you go to approach them with a study that shows that there are enhancements with at-grade crossings, that they will then undertake an analysis of, wait a minute, were you able to do grade separated? Because we want grade separated. So were you able to do that? Is that how it's going to go?
No, I believe that they say applicant or requester, please provide me more information, at which point then the city would be tasked to do additional work and research in order to answer those questions.
All right. All right.
And Joe, I would point out, as I pointed out last meeting, I didn't put it on the screen today, but within a half a mile, a quarter of a mile, San Clemente has 3 at-grade railroad crossings. And essentially this study is going to most likely focus on the stretch of track with all of the at-grade crossings in San Clemente and say, there have been, X number of incidents because of the fact that people can cross the tracks legally in all of these locations. And it would be something similar. We would point to that to make the same case. There was an accident that changed the position of the CPUC, but it's more of a policy position than a regulatory position. So, that's what we do is we say, look, San Clemente has all of these crossings. They're safe and legal. They have the fencing in between each crossing. It keeps people from illegally crossing the tracks. If you put in 1 grade separated crossing between Leucadia Boulevard and La Costa Avenue, you end up with a situation where people will still be trespassing.
I mean, I think where I'm at is that I want to be optimistic and I want to basically, I think Deputy Mayor Kranz is very persuasive. He's at the highest levels of leadership at NCTD. And I want to believe that. But I also, there's this resistance to study. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm fine with process and I like process, but I also just see us kind of doing studies that never get us anywhere. And I feel the energy and the momentum of doing something in Northwest. And I don't want to get to a point where we just study it and we're like, Carpinteria or anything like that. And so I'm nervous about pivoting. I truly am.
I understand, and I share your concerns, but I am going to stick my neck out, stake my reputation. I think we can get this done. And so the first step is this study. Maybe the study comes back and says, yeah, there's still been X number of incidents and still a lot of trespassing. So no, San Clemente sucks. And then, we might then be back to our grade separated. But the grade separated path is very difficult and doesn't address the significant needs for more crossings in North Leucadia. So I think that it's worth the investment of time and $250,000 in trying to make the safety case for more at-grade crossings.
Councilmember Hensy.
So just a quick question for Lillian. With that 400,000 proposed to do preliminary design and engineering, have we narrowed it down to 1 specific location, or would we still be looking at 2 different locations for a potential undercrossing?
That $400,000 is to do a site evaluation, preliminary engineering and design on 2 locations, both an undercrossing and an overcrossing, a bridge, because we do feel that providing the full level of alternatives to the council gives the best information in order to better understand what the path forward could be.
Okay, so my reason to support Deputy Mayor Kranz's efforts to continue exploring these at-grades, and I go forward with that same sense of hesitation and also, uncertainty about what the regulatory bodies are going to allow for us, is that I see us getting to a point where we've identified a location for an under or an overcrossing, and that's still not being acceptable to the community. And we know what the price tag of these improvements are, and it's $14 million. And so I see a big delay from the time that we identify the location and then identify a second location and then spend the next 10 years saving up $28 million or whatever the construction costs are at that time to be able to actually physically construct those undercrossings. And so I agree with Deputy Mayor Krantz that it's still worth our time right now to go forward with this safety study and evaluate it. And what I think an important distinction is that the CPUC reiterated in this meeting is that they don't want us to come to them with the suggestion of here are the 4 at-grade crossing locations that we want to study. Will that work? They want a comprehensive plan of what our corridor looks like that includes both Vulcan and Highway 101. And if we move forward today with streetscape financing and we have these 2 roundabouts in place, that's sufficient for them, that we have looked at the corridors as a corridor instead of just these individual crossings. And so the fact that these act grades would also match up where we're moving forward to implement crossings on Highway 101 is really good for the act grade crossing argument. And also the fact that we're looking at Vulcan in the future to create raised crosswalks with rapid flashing beacons and a crosswalk alongside, because as Tony, and I'll just say this again, but Tony said it really well, was that they are now fearful that we would go forward as a city, we would construct another undercross, and then we'd have folks cutting the fence because it's not close enough to where they want to go and where they're coming from. And so by creating this sealed corridor, we make a better case for ourselves that the act grade crossings could be successful in eliminating accidents.
Okay, so let's just be clear that we have other crossings that are really far from other places and the CPUC still approve them. Like, I just don't think that the CPUC is going to say, oh, you're only putting one crossing in this section, so one undercrossing, we're not going to approve that. I mean, look at what, I mean, people are crossing or could be crossing illegally through our entire like 6-mile corridor. We only have, we're going to have 2 undercrossings and there are large stretches of fence on either side. So, I think that Kelly, you make a good point about presenting a package to them that makes sense to them. I think there's just no question from all the information that I'm hearing today that this is an uphill battle. Like the worst description is that it's a total dead end, but at best it's an uphill battle. And if we're going to do that, I really think we should, and all of you, like you, Kelly, who care about streetscape, and Tony should say, let's move $400,000 into streetscape and move it out of this project while we pursue act grade crossings. Because having $400,000 that we're simultaneously designing an undercross and an overcross, like that just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's what Joy said at the very beginning of this was like, we can't be doing this in the alternative because we're making the case against ourselves. We're doing the defense's legal case right there. Like that doesn't make any sense for us to do. And so having both of these things in this budget, I just think that's a mistake. I think if we want to go toward act grade, which I think is a really steep uphill battle and we're going to lose work and lose time. But if that's what those people who represent this section of the community, both of you want, I'm willing to pursue that and hope that we can make that case and that we get approval. But I really don't think that we should continue to park that 400,000 over there and design this other thing. And I know it's work lost because we've already gone out to bid and we got the bids back and all that. But it just like if we're pivoting here, let's set ourselves up for success. Let's use that money for other priority projects and let's set ourselves up for success with the CPUC. Do you have your hand back up, Councilmember Kranz, or is that still up?
It was still up, left over. I don't disagree. I mean, if that $400,000, there's going to be a next step on act grade crossings. So that was what I was thinking. It would be sitting there ready to make the next move. But if you would rather come back and figure out how to budget for the design of whatever it is that we're going to do, then I don't have any problem with that. I think the key for me at this point is we as a body, as a city council, need to have, we're shifting this up in priority. And I think that before we make any very important decisions about how to proceed, we should have all of the information in front of us, which is whether we could do more crossings for less money or whether we need to do these other much more expensive grade separated, which have all sorts of challenges in terms of the infrastructure of Vulcan, for example, for the gas line, for this, for that, very expensive stuff, or a overcrossing, which to me would be an eyesore and very unattractive in that corridor that we're trying to make improvements to. So it's a very challenging conversation, and I understand everybody's concerns, but to me, it's a situation where we should be making an informed decision about whether feasibility of at-grade crossings is something we can pursue.
Okay, so hearing no other comments, and I know we have stuff we need to move on to in the last 45 minutes, let's give just informal direction to move forward with the at-grade crossing study and then move that 400,000 out of the creation of the overcrossing, undercrossing plan. And I think with that, City Manager, you can take I know you have other stuff to tell us, so go ahead and take the presentation back.
Okay, so it sounds like you want us, I just want to make sure I understand. So we're taking the 400,000 out for now.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We're
All
not.
right.
Right.
Okay. Copy that. All right. If we could go to slide right before this. So where we left off earlier in the presentation was that we're recommending that we take no more than 20 million in debt financing. And in this case, I know a couple of you have asked whether or not we should do a bond or debt financing right now. If the interest rate is better if we did something through the iBank than debt bond financing. So can't remember who asked me that, but I'm going to turn the presentation over to Teresa McBroom to talk a little bit about how this works. I know some of you have already seen this. It's very similar from our presentation in the 19th. This is really more for anyone who could be viewing at home.
Okay, so this will be a brief overview on debt financing. If the council were to direct us to go ahead with iBank and borrow money, we would return to you with a more detailed analysis from our financial advisor and from iBank. So our financial advisor, her job is to review our forecast and credit criteria. The city has financing capacity of $30 million, and we would still maintain our AAA credit rating. However, the city manager is recommending that we debt finance no more than $20 million so that we'll have some capacity for emergency needs. iBank's interest rate is 2.7% for 15 years. And with the annual fee of 0.3%, that's an effective interest rate of 3%. Next slide, please. This is a look at the schedule of future debt. The city currently has five bonds outstanding, and we're paying $3.5 million on debt service. So you see the line, the graphs going up to 3.5. The blue bars represent financing for that new debt, and it would add $1.7 million over 15 years and would equal $5.2 million per year. And you can see after 10 years, the 2017 park bonds are paid off, and we'd have more debt capacity in fiscal year 2031-32. Next slide, please. Okay, and then this is just another look. This will be our last slide. This is another look at the general fund projections with the new debt included. We had a similar slide last session showing what we had available in the general fund balance. And of course, with the 1.7 million addition of debt payments, that would reduce the general fund availability to spend in the future years. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or have Pam take over.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
Yes, thank you. Teresa, did you say that was 1.7 million servicing the debt over 15 years?
Yes, I did, per year.
All right, and so that's so that interest rate is fixed for 15 years. Have we looked at any other options to amortize this over a longer period of time, and whether or not there would be whether it's advantageous in terms of the interest rate or in terms of just the impact on the budget?
The interest is slightly lower when it's over 15 years. And we would save, if we were to pay it off in 15 years, we would save almost $5 million.
We would save $5 million compared to what?
Total, compared to paying it off and amortizing it over 30 years.
Over 30 years. All right. And what was the, just out of curiosity, what is what was the debt installment? How much was it to service the debt over 30 years?
To a little over $1 million, 1.035 million. So
it would free up about 600,000.
Yes.
All right. And what was the interest rate on that?
3% also. I did tell you, we projected it at 3% just to be conservative, but it is lower.
I think he meant if it's over 30 years, what's the interest
Oh,
rate?
we use 33% also.
All right. And then we've looked at, I know the interest rates have been historically low for some time. And so, but just out of curiosity, have we, it looks like we have a decent amount here of debt. Have we looked at refinancing this debt to maximize the value of the market right now and to get the lowest interest rate possible?
The reason we looked at that we're focusing on iBank is offering attractive interest rates.
Teresa, he's talking about our existing debt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Yes, we do have opportunities for the 2014 debt, and the financial advisor has advised us we are working on that before we return to you for direction.
Perfect. So we may be able to see our debt servicing go down a bit if we were able to refinance.
It would be about $80,000 per year.
All right. Well, 80,000 is 80,000. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kranz.
Yes, thank you. The projections for the general fund revenues seem pretty steady, and I know we historically are very conservative with these projections, which I appreciate, but it seems to me that they're with the TOT that we'll see from the Alita Maria Resort and some of the projects that are happening as part of the housing element update, it seems to me would cause a bump at some point. Is that not, are you considering those in these projections?
Yes, we did include a conservative amount in TOT for the new hotel. And we also included an increase in property taxes for half of the year next year, since they didn't complete their complete building. They missed this last assessment date on January 1st. So because they opened in March, we won't see that until next fiscal year. And we did include that.
Okay, and so the plan for the possibility of incurring this debt will be to bring back some options with regard to the term, the length of time that we finance this. And one of the questions that I would be interested in knowing is whether there's an early prepayment penalty, so that perhaps we go 30 years and then make it our goal to have it paid off in 15, similar to what a homeowner might do when they mortgage for 30 years.
Yes, so what I found out is that they do not allow us to prepay the first 10 years. And then if we decide to prepay it after 10 years, then there is no penalty. But it's just not allowed the first 10 years.
Okay.
And I would add to that one of the reasons why we're recommending that you finance over 15 years is that, unlike a building as an asset that you can sell, streetscape is more of an infrastructure, road, sidewalk, mobility. Even from the perspective of it, it's not an actual park site, etc. And you can't sell it, and it won't likely, the assets, meaning the sidewalks and the streets, will need to have improvements sooner than 30 years. So just as kind of a thought process, while you can fund it over 30 years, it's not the best financial decision, just like you wouldn't finance your car over 15 years because it won't last that long.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll just weigh in here that, or Kelly, or Councilmember Hizzy, did your hand go up and down just there? Did you want to say anything?
No, that's okay. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like saving $5 million and being able to classify this project correctly as a road project. It's not a building. We're not able to use our park revenue that is set aside with each development project, because So, I would defer to our financial experts on that. And I also just think the idea of strapping a council 30 years from now with this debt just doesn't seem advisable to me. Like I'd rather us pay it off. And I think that 700,000 difference when we look at the Aaliyah Maria, and we have the capacity to do a little bit more there. So to me, that makes more sense to go in that direction. But I'll also just be deferring largely to what our financial advisors say and looking at the entirety of our budget. Okay. I don't see any other hands actually at this point. Do you have more slides here?
No, no more slides. Sorry.
No more slides. We're really just looking for the direction to pursue going ahead with a reimagined streetscape project. And the idea being that it would be debt financed. And then looking for your confirmation today on the list of projects. I think we have good feedback from all of you from the meeting today, and we know what to proceed in what direction. What I always promise the finance folks that I'm going to say is that they're hopeful that if there are any major changes, that you would tell us today, so that when we introduce the budget to you in a few weeks in May, that you're not asking to make subsequent changes throughout the budget document.
Okay. I'll just say that the budget document you presented us before I don't feel that was fully reckoned with, in terms of there were a number of things that had been staff priorities or that you had moved forward that had been on tier 1 and were a year later, so now they're on tier 2. They included things like, ADA and redoing the Beacons access and parking lot at Glen Park and stuff like that I don't think were the council's strategic priorities, but some of them were things that you felt needed to be done, or you felt we had communicated in earlier years that they were priorities, but nobody really brings them up because they're not really top of mind. So that's the piece to me with what you've presented today that remains sort of unaccounted for. So I guess I don't know if you want to provide information on that, or those things have all been distributed in certain ways or what, but I guess I'll just make that as my comment.
So if you could go back, Kieran, if you could go back to slide 11. So we did make some changes from the last meeting. So what you see now as new projects are the 2 grant-funded projects. What we need to do for the Santa Leo Bridge replacement repair, and then El Portal and the Beacons Beach. We did remove the Glen Park changes, or those were something, and we removed the first year 500,000 for if you go to page 12. We did remove in the housing element, the first year I've asked staff to bring back a plan. So we've already removed that to make way for some other things. So obviously we could take off Glen Park is something, but if you'd like to do that, we'd like to have that direction today if possible.
I mean, I guess for most of these things, first of all, I thought you just said Glen Park was taken off, but
I thought it was too, but I was mixing that up with the amount that we added for the rail crossing.
Okay, so I guess, we directed not to remove the 400,000 from North Lucadia crossing. And then, some of these things, I think they just need to be justified to me. Like, I feel okay with them because they seem like they're probably all needed for various things like Cottonwood Creek Basin maintenance and ADA curb project transition plan compliance. So, yeah, these are not things I know anything about, but if you're telling me they're required, they're legally required, they're regulatorily required, I'll defer to that. So I feel comfortable with this as long as the Glen Park one was one that seemed discretionary to me and I don't fully understand it. So those two together are 700,000. Like that's the difference in our debt payment that we're talking about. So that's an important amount.
Yeah, if I could ask Parks and Recreation Director Campbell to speak a little bit about the Glen Park ADA parking lot upgrades.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Antel, Mayor and council members. We basically have an ADA plan in the city. Jay Schwarm has helped to create that. And so what we do is there's certain facilities that do need ADA upgrades. As you know, the Community and Senior Center received the parking lot upgrade there in this last fiscal year. That was completed by engineering. So this is just next on our list. We basically have a list of facilities that need ADA upgrades. Glen Park is the next one, as we did a CASP report, which is basically an evaluation of the park, and it tells you some of the things that need to be upgraded. So this is just next on our ADA plan.
Okay. So I guess it's a little bit unclear to me then, does that mean that it's required? Like if you told me this is next on our stormwater plan, there are things that we have to do legally. Is this one of those things?
And Jace is on the meeting now as well.
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members. The city prepares a transition plan and a self-evaluation plan. And on that, each year we identify projects that we progressively upgrade ADA, which is required by federal law. So we have a list of projects that gets upgraded. For example, Senior Center was upgraded. The next on the list is identified as the Glen Park that needs upgrading in those areas. And it's just progressing through our transition plan that lists projects needed over a number of years. So if we're not going to do it 21-22, the next progression would be 22-23. So it's part of our transition plan and part of our legal obligation under the federal ADA regulations is to work progressively by identified projects that need upgrading.
Okay. And so this is like Morning Sun Drive was in this category, McKinnon, right, with its sidewalks.
Morning Sun wasn't. Morning Sun was a lawsuit.
Oh, it was a lawsuit? Okay.
Yeah, what she's talking about is a plan to avoid lawsuits. And now that we have it on our agenda, the noticing of this, it becomes very, we want to be very circumspect in how we talk about this.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, it sounds like if we're legally required to have a plan, this is our plan and this is on it, then it really is not discretionary. So, so I'm fine with it. And I mean, there are obviously things we need to do in the city. So it's like, just tell me that this is one of them.
That sounds like you got some circumspection. Very good.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if I could, I think the other one that you were referring to is Nardo, and we did take that one off. That's the one that I had confused with this one.
Okay. Okay. I'm not strongly remembering that one, but okay. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to reinforce the the situation we're in with ADA. So Joe just, Councilmember Mosca just captured it perfectly. So that's all. As a landscape architect, I deal with this kind of issue a lot, and I take ADA very seriously, and it does present a risk to us. So it's great that it looks like we're going to move forward with funding that.
Okay, great. Councilmember Hensy.
Oh, I'm just curious to hear from Pam and staff perhaps about the timeline between now and the budget adoption. Like, are we, from the time that we signed the resolution to go forward with the iBank in 2019, there were still 4 months before anything came back to us for our consideration. And so are you saying that with this decision today, we're going to be able to have something included in this fiscal 21-22 budget that we're going to have our first allocation from the iBank?
Yeah, I will ask Teresa to come on and talk about the timing, but we're definitely, if you would like us to proceed, she can go through the steps and timing of what would happen next for the funding in the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Yes, so we would add it to the budget with the expectation that we would get the loan proceeds. It will take iBank about a month for them to review our financials and our forecast. At the same time, our financial advisor will be doing an in-depth review also. And then once they get approval, they'll ask us to turn in the application. Once that's turned in, then it takes about 1 to 3 months for the board to approve it at iBank. They have monthly meetings. And then once it's approved, we have 6 months to sign the agreement. And we'll want to time that properly because once we sign the agreement, then we have, that's when interest starts accruing. So, so I would say probably between 4 to 5, 6 months to be safe.
Thank you. And then as part of this value engineering process, are we going to be making those determinations about the priorities for streetscape that will stay part of the $20 million project between now and the budget adoption as well? And how will that process go?
Correct. So what we will do is we've asked Michael Baker International to give us some options for reimagined streetscape, and our engineering staff and planning staff has been working very closely with them over the last couple of weeks to do that. That will be brought forward to council and it will be brought forward in a public meeting. We are mindful of, and I know our community development director will jump in, we are mindful of wanting to make sure that we don't make changes that would trigger a need for a new coastal development permit, but we think that there's a possibility of being able to design it in such a way that it will still be in keeping with all of our original approvals.
Thank you.
So what, I'm sorry if you just said this, but I missed it. Like, what did you say when we will actually be able to evaluate that? You didn't say that part, right?
So we will have designs this week. And then we will be sharing those in public as well at an upcoming council meeting so that people can see. We're asking for council's approval. We do not plan on doing a whole new public process.
Right.
But there could be some options. But as soon as we have those, we'll be sharing them with council and the public.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have an agendized meeting where, I mean, Mike, I still have a little concern that this is only going to pay for half a roundabout because of all the other things that we have to do. And if that's the case, then like I'm going to be making a different budget decision here, and it's not an assured yes, you know, on this.
The staff is proceeding that this is the only funding that they will receive for streetscape.
Right. So that means they're going to build more than half a roundabout. Is that what that means?
They will build more than half a roundabout, but they may not be able to build all 3 roundabouts.
Okay.
And I know that you talked a little bit about that throughout your meeting of phasing, et cetera. The direction that I thought we received, and it does concern me a little bit because it sounds like you all still have a little different thought process on this, but the staff is proceeding as if they're designing a project and that it will be complete. There may still be some projects that related to drainage, et cetera, that the staff will always pursue to see if there's a way to get federal funding for that, but we're pursuing as if we won't receive anything. And so that is the direction that we're going. And I think earlier, I can't remember if it was Councilmember Kranz or Councilmember Lyons who mentioned something about still seeing this as a phasing. I think that's worth the council talking about because we're certainly proceeding as if this is the $15 to $20 million and then the project is done. So there may be other things related to the project that could come up later. We understand that, but we want it to have a finished look.
Okay, I'll call on my colleagues who have their hands up. So Councilmember Lyons.
So take into consideration that when we look at the numbers or the design changes, first of all, based on numbers. There may be some redesign that's needed in order to properly communicate the value engineering to the contractor. And so it sounds like the time frame might work out over the next 6 months or so until we get the funding. I guess I'm asking that as a question. Do we have all the pieces in place for getting any redesign associated with the value engineering done in the right amount of time?
Yes, we believe that we do.
Another way too, I'd like to just say in front of everyone, so it's out there, is another way to look at this is to add alternates so that the basis of the design, fits into your budget, but there's a few things that you would love to also include in the project that the contractor would bid on. Those are called add alternates. We're not tied to selecting those, but if the bid comes in lower than we anticipate, we can choose the add alternates to add in.
Yeah, I think all of that is, our staff is very familiar with the bidding of the project and how to do it. I think that the bigger question is really that it's a decision that you have to make as 5 members of the council, is that when you fund this project, even if you make some changes like what you just described, Joy, what I get the sense from some of the council colleagues is that then next year they want to fund other projects, not streetscape. So that the recommendation that I'm making in terms of taking the loan and debt financing is that then that allows other projects on the capital list to move up on the capital list as priority funding. So streetscape would be considered funded, and then other projects, whether it be Santa Fe or Birmingham or today, I think there were 2 new projects we've never even heard of before. So we need to have some ability. And so I think that you as a group need to decide and make sure you're all comfortable with that the vernacular that you're all using is the same. So if one of you still thinks that this project is phasing and every year we're going to try to find $4 to $7 million to do new things, and others think that this is the end, this is kind of the end finished product, as I think Councilmember Mosca described, that you all need to get on the same page about that, because we're certainly proceeding as if this is the project, and then we're going to move on our interest to other projects throughout the city.
I mean, I think part of it is that you haven't told us what this will build. So it's like, I'm conceptually, I like it, but it's like, I want to know what it's going to build before I'm going to agree to that.
Sure. Of course, we're not asking you to agree to that. We're asking you to, if we can bring a project that looks like it's something that can be completed and that looks like you can finish it, then our recommendation is that you borrow the money. If the 5 of you can't agree on what that is, or that it funds part of the project, but it's not a project that you can live with for a while, for maybe 20 years, without any additions to it. And I know that you don't have that information yet, and you will, but we're proceeding as if we're going to be bringing a project forward. Otherwise, we have the same, we would be having the same discussion year after year, only now you don't have any money in debt capacity to do anything new or an emergency or what have you. So I am trying to build capacity for other projects that are not streetscape related.
Yeah, I'm going to call on you in a second, Councilmember Kranz, but I just want to say that from my perspective, the most important part is at La Costa headed south. So that's where there's a brand new hotel. That's where we have a lot of impacts. We have a lot of businesses between Leucadia Boulevard and La Costa Avenue. That's where we have had a bicycle accident that was catastrophic, more than one actually. And so to me, Marchetta to A is definitely second priority if we're only going to spend 20 million. So I know that staff has designed Marchetta to A as like phase 2, which is great and it needs to be done and all that. But if you're asking for buy-in on one project, the Leucadia Boulevard to La Costa Avenue is the place where my focus is. And so in order to meet that goal, like that's what I'm looking for, is that section. And I think that's also the hardest, that's the harder section, and that's all those different decisions about drainage and all that stuff. So, okay, Councilmember Krantz.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm really uneasy with this idea of reimagining this project in a way that just makes it done. I find that to be totally unacceptable. I think that the work that has gone into the project that currently is in the plans was done in a way that was intended to, in a as cost-effective a way as possible, address all the needs of the 101 corridor in North Leucadia. In Leucadia and in the North 101 specifically, which was always part of the general plan, was to address a streetscape plan for, and 15 years worth of community input and efforts, strong efforts to keep the project affordable have been put forth. And this idea that we're going to come up with, we're going to lop $10 million off of it and call it good isn't something that sits real easy with me. I really want a project, and I have the advantage of having conversations fairly regularly with staff about the costs of this and that and the other, and so I'm confident that we can get quite a bit of streetscape on the northern end for the $20 million. But this idea that we're going to create a project, a streetscape that's going to be done in $20 million is something that I hope we don't agree to, and that what we do instead is we put together the additive alternatives approach that Joy talked about, which was done with the with the community park, and other projects in our city have been done that way. And I want to pursue that because I'm confident that we're going to be successful in using other people's money for this project as well. So this idea that we're going to come back with a project that we can do for by debt financing, just to me is the wrong approach. We should be combining both grants as well as this debt financing to do the project that the community and previous councils have all agreed is the right project for the North 101. So I would get rid of that reimagining, and all of the imagining has already been done. We've invested significant money into the design, and my preference would be to come back with the next phase, which would include what could be built in $20 million worth, and then continue to pursue grant funding for the additive alternatives.
The staff's not going to stop pursuing grant funding or other funding. We just haven't received any. So remember that the direction that we received was to look at how we could do streetscape.
Right, but streetscape as planned, and come up with the next phase that we could do in $20 million.
That's what I'm saying is the thing that you all have to agree to, because I'm not hearing that from all of your colleagues, that any more money other than grant funding or something like that, the staff is always going to pursue that type of funding. But if we don't receive any, we need to have some project that we can do and be able to move on to other projects. If you want to continue to do phasing, I think that is precisely the question that you have to discuss. And I think it'll be easier to see when you see what kind of alternatives there could be, because you will be giving up some things. There's no, as you said, there's no way to take a project from 37 to 47 million to 20 million without giving up some things.
Okay, Councilmember Hensy.
So all I would add to that robust discussion is that I have said it before, and I'll just say it again as part of this conversation, that whatever options return to us for this $20 million package, that we are also incorporating the tactical urbanism. And I don't know if that's what the package Michael Baker is going to be giving us will include, but if we are having our own staff who's highly capable at that, look at alternatives that would include some tactical urbanism to get the project that we want, that's what I hope we see.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hinsey's comments and the mayor's comments on this tactical urbanism and trying to get at what we want for this corridor in a way that we can afford to do it. It appears to me that this project has grown in just like all of our projects. They've grown in the amount of money it's going to cost to do, and it would be concerning to me that we would basically use up nearly all of the debt capacity that we're comfortable in using and still not be done with this project. Servicing that debt of $1.7 million for the next 15 years, essentially foregoing the ability to really kind of do the type of improvements that we need to do throughout the city without some sort of revenue enhancement that the people of Encinitas would approve of. And so I'm concerned. I want to see what staff comes up with. I'm hoping that not only with Michael Baker, but that perhaps where we have this contractor that has done the first phase of Streetscape, which we've spent nearly $10 million on so far, and that is also doing El Portal. So perhaps there's some sort of, there's a savings that, if this same contractor is doing the work for the next phases, and they're able to kind of come in with they're able to work with us as early as possible on this kind of reimagining, and so that we know with some certainty that what the numbers are going to look like. But I mean, I do think that at some point, and we just have so many projects. I mean, we're talking about this Blue Ribbon Task Force too. I mean, we just have so many projects and so many needs throughout the city. To say that we would spend $30 million and then essentially diminish what we're reasonably able to diminish within the debt capacity and say that this project is still not done, just doesn't sit well with me. I mean, I think that, the project was the project. We can't afford the project anymore. And so what can we afford, and what will, what parts of the project can still be, deployed in a way that improves this part of the city that desperately needs to be improved. And then let's move on to talking about how we're going to basically, do something with the crossings, how we're going to make La Costa safer, how we're going to make Rancho Santa Fe safer, how we're going to do something with Willow Spring and Village Parkway in Birmingham. There are so many different needs of the city that we cannot, for the entire time on city council, spend every dime on streetscape and then not have any resources for any other part of the city. I'm in favor of a reasonable, moderate action here, which would essentially be, $20 million, which is highly generous, that we would essentially look at what we can do. And I think I agree with the mayor. If the plans come back and it's really, nothing that we can do with $20 million, then I think for me, let's go back to phasing, because there really is no reasonable path forward for this project. Right now, if we can't basically do something with 20 million that gets this across the line, then there's really nothing but phasing of this project, because there's no other way to fund it. To use up all of that debt capacity and then to have $1.7 million of servicing that debt, I mean, you're essentially saying that no other part of the city can do any other project for the foreseeable future. And if you're not saying that, then you're saying that we need revenue enhancements. And then you should be supporting the Blue Ribbon Committee so that we can start talking with the community about how do we raise this money.
You were supportive of debt financing this project single phase a year ago. And so now
the project has gone up in price tag. Our ability to our debt capacity.
Okay, so you're just changing your position. Okay.
No, I absolutely believe in streetscape, but the times have changed. I mean, obviously, there's a pandemic. We just got through with a pandemic. People have been laid off. The sales tax that we once had is not there anymore. To say that we're basically, this project has gone up and up and up and up. We spent $10 million and we're still talking about $47 million. The project it cannot be completed as designed right now. We don't have the money to do that. And if we tried to do that, we would it would be, chasing something that's not going to exist. And so let's value engineer it. Let's get it back to what is reasonable for us to do. And I think that's properly setting expectations for the community. If we say that we can do something that gets at the core of why we wanted to do this for $20 million, then let's do it.
So let me just answer, and then I'll call on you again, Councilmember Kranz. But I appreciate the city manager sort of daylighting this and then pressing us to dispute this. But I think it's useful for us to air this. But the reality is that if staff presents us with a $20 million streetscape project and a majority says, yes, we want to do that, then whatever is left out, if a majority wants to do that in the future, then, they can't. Like if what's left out happens to be Marchetta to A, or what's left out is all the benches and the last roundabout and, a parking pod, or, I don't know what would be on the table. But if that wants to compete against the third roundabout on Leucadia Boulevard and Rancho Santa Fe Road and improvements to La Costa and Birmingham and Santa Fe and all the other things we talked about, then that future council can make that decision. But I think part of it is just, if we don't move forward with the city manager proposal of show us a $20 million value engineered project, we don't have any path to do any of it. And all we do is see the costs going up at this 8%, 10% a year. And so this is a evaluation that we'll make at our next meeting after we've seen what it will get us. And I don't think it's certain that we will do this or won't. I think we likely will, but it really depends on what comes back to us. Like, I just want to point out that at the beginning of this year, when she was first hired, or whenever that was, at the beginning of the year, we directed to put aside $1 million to Pacific View. And we really, the bottom line is that that's not going to get us very much. Or anything. So to open that facility. So we're basically saying, okay, let's continue to consider Pacific View, but move that $1 million over to here. And what can we do on streetscape? And this just goes back to the idea that it's better for us to do something right now where interest rates are low, while construction costs are what they are and are likely to go higher, so that we can get real things on the ground for our constituents, right? Like this is that decision to say, let's do it instead of not do it. And we were at that stage before the pandemic hit. And now we're just getting back to that to say, okay, I think the council does want to do this. And I think we're mostly in the same place, but not totally. But we can also make those future decisions. So Councilmember Kranz, if there are things that aren't done, we'll still be able to consider that and see what the majority's interest is at that time. So yes, did you want to go next, Councilmember Kranz?
Yeah, that's all I would concur. I would basically say that for me, going back to the phasing is not unreasonable. I recognize that the cost went up significantly. I think one of the problems we had in the roughly first dozen years or so we were talking about this, it was always, we talked about it being completed in phases, and it wasn't until we as a council decided we were going to build it all at one time that we really started to grapple with just how much infrastructure improvements cost. And when you've got a street that's 100 years old and infrastructure that doesn't include sidewalks for significant chunks of the highway, there's going to be a big bill for making that work. And so I am just concerned about this idea that we're going to declare victory and move on after we spend $20 million, because I think that it's important to understand what parts of this project may be left out. And so I concur that that's a conversation that we can have down the road. I do agree with the idea of debt financing the north end to the best, to as much as we can, to get the traffic calming effects that streetscape was all about, the tree canopy rebuilding, the low impact design for stormwater stuff, and that we should continue with that and not expect that we're gonna just call it good after that.
Okay. So does the city manager have the feedback you need?
Sure.
Okay. I don't think this, we don't need a motion.
I think you'll have, it'll unfold for you as you look at options. And I think it's a really important part of the process to decide if the options that the staff brings forward are something that are things that you'd want to move ahead with in this project. And if you do, that's great. And if you are still hesitant and decide that you don't wish to do debt financing, that's totally fine too. I mean, we'll bring this to you in stages, and then you can look at it and decide if this is the direction that you want to head. So we're totally comfortable with that.
Okay. Well, great. And I'm really glad we were able to do this in the day. Someone else mentioned this, but it's like the fact that we were clear and fresh in the mind and able to focus on this exclusively allowed us to have a really good conversation as a council. And I'm grateful that everyone could make the time, and the city staff as well. So I think that's it. Is there any last thing I need to announce about anything? Councilmember Hinsey, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just raised my hand right now just to get a little bit of clarification, because this Safe Routes to School thing, there's so many people talking about it, and I want to be able to move forward and have something in place for the new school year that happens. And I do agree with you, Mayor, that we will be leveraging nonprofits and we'll be leveraging hopefully some support from other organizations to do it. But I think it needs an owner, and I don't quite know right now who the owner is of how to program and how to do this kind of e-bike education that we need so desperately. So I know it's been in Jennifer Campbell's house, and she's done some great stuff with online education and information that way. But we're not really talking about the mobility manager that's going to be in-house anymore. And so to make progress, I think we need to at least identify a little bit of money that would go towards this programming and education for our schools. So the amount of money, I know I told this to Joe in our school district liaison committee meeting, I'm only talking about $2,000 to $5,000 that the city would put in towards this effort, and that it would be matched by other organizations and a lot of volunteer power.
Yeah, and I would just add that I share the sentiment that I think that I mean, infrastructure is critically important, but so is I've started coining it the soft infrastructure, the programmatic approach to really kind of, I mean, there's not a day that goes by people don't tell me about lots of kids speeding on the streets with e-bikes. And so I do think that there needs to be more of education and programmatic approach here. And it's not just about infrastructure, though I think infrastructure is important. And so I am completely in favor of, I think we've allocated a couple $100,000 for safe routes to schools. And we've already worked, Kelly and I have worked with the school districts, the 3 school districts plus Maricosta College on a list of different infrastructure projects. And there's a lot that would probably spend the next 6, 7, 8 years kind of trying to fund. But I'm, at the cost of $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, I'm absolutely in favor of and support the idea of taking some of that 200,000 and pushing into the soft approach, more of the programmatic approach to educating people of how to properly utilize the roadways.
Okay, so what you're saying is like we move $5,000 as like a sub line item to say this is for e-bike education, and then Jennifer Campbell and staff can work together on how to make that, actualize that. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I can support that. Jennifer, yes, Jennifer Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor Blakesberg. And to let council know, we also did program some money this year for a video as part of our cyclovia. So we do have some of that. So we're going to continue to work on that. I also spoke to Lillian. So we're going to kind of team up on that. So we will utilize the funding we currently have to get that started, because we do have funding in this current budget year as part of the cyclovia event that we will go ahead and use.
Okay, so is that adequate for my council colleagues, the money that she said is already being programmed for that?
We're hoping for a little more to do the in-school education during school hours.
I'm fine with setting aside some of that 200,000. So Kelly, was it 5,000 or 10,000? How much of the 200,000 did you want to set aside for
5,000? I think we can do a really high quality program.
So 195,000 for infrastructure and 5,000 for non-infrastructure. I definitely support that.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, and you may already know this, but Bike Walk Encinitas is doing some outreach and education on e-bikes as well as other bike safety rules. And it's really good. They've already done a lot of the legwork. So if you haven't connected up with them, they would be a resource too, I'm sure.
City manager.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, and I think I've talked to our staff and how we've typically programmed safe routes to school. So definitely that's something that's doable. And I know Councilmember Hinsey mentioned it to me. Typically the way that it works with our school district is we give them the money and they program this type of thing. So I just want to be clear, Councilmember Hinsey, are you asking the city to run a program at the school district, or that you would like to ensure that the first 5,000 goes to the district to be able to do the programming?
I think we'll still need to work through that, but this comes as part of last week's Tasha Berner Horvath convened a meeting of all the advisory committee, and she's willing to put some money towards this effort too, because it's of high priority to her. And Andy Hanshaw from the Bike Coalition was there too. So I think what we need to do is actually work to put all the resources that we have available to us as a city, whether it's staff time and a little bit of money to cover whatever the hard costs are, but that we're taking the lead on that. And we're saying we're going to be the ones to help push this forward, because there's just so much going on at the district level that even if we give them the money, I don't know that they're going to implement it in the way that's consistent with our city's goals.
I completely agree. And then there's Christine Schindler and other folks from Bike Walk Encinitas that actually attend our meetings, that actually go between the school districts and the city. And so there are actually, I think that what Kelly said is spot on, that we would lead it, we would drive it, but actually there are people that are professionals that are actually doing this already in the community that we would tap to kind of and partner with.
Right.
Well, it seems to me like maybe we should have a liaison of Kelly and or Joe, but Kelly should be involved in being that liaison so that this happens the way you're envisioning. Because to me, these things they fall apart when it's like you have a certain vision and you hand it over to professional staff who doesn't really understand what you're going for. And so, or how to do it, or how to do it effectively, or how to do it within budget, or how to do it given their authority and the school district's authority and these nonprofit groups. I mean, it's totally valuable and great, but I mean, to me, it seems like this needs more conception of like, what does it look like? So I would recommend that we appoint you as the liaison to figure this out.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Mayor. We typically don't have the authority to do things at a school site, which is why we've stuck with sidewalks and crosswalks in our safe routes to school, et cetera. So we're happy to work with the district, but I think what you'll find is that we won't be able to actually provide the programming, that we will be handing the money over. And that's fine. I think we're all working with the same folks. As you had said, Bike Walk Encinitas and Christine Schindler's group, and we think that that's fabulous. I just don't think that it isn't like a Parks and Recreation program that we would be doing. And I know that sounds super bureaucratic, but they have their things and their liability, and we have our things and our liability. So we'll likely be writing a check over to them to complete this.
Okay, well, I understand that. And I think for all the reasons the mayor says, like for the last year, I've been trying to figure out who owns this and who pushes it forward. And Jennifer and her team have really done a lot, but in the context of COVID, there's a whole other level of effectiveness that I think we can reach if we just start out with some seed money and have this conversation here in this forum to move it forward. Because like you said, Mayor, it's like, who gives the authority to do this and do that? But if we start out with a little bit of money, which is the city putting some skin into the game, and I'll manage it, I'll act as the liaison. But I'm just glad that we're having this conversation here.
Okay, so just to confirm, so you're going to be the liaison. We're going to put a sub line item of $5,000 underneath that so that you have some seed money. And if things need to be, evolve and you want to do a agenda item and come back to council, you can. I mean, it is good to get this on the budget item, like this is the budget. So, but we also, okay. Is that it? All right. So with that, thank you, everybody. We are officially adjourned.